flying helicopters was his passion. Stephen was killed in a Black Hawk helicopter crash over the Mediterranean Sea. Thanks to friends like you, Tunnel to Towers provided his family with a mortgage-free home, giving them security and hope in their darkest hours. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Tug and Los until 10. We're so glad that you're here. We appreciate you being here. 404-741-1230 if you'd like to reach out. Maybe talk to us on the telephone for a little while.
What?
Set up some plans for the weekend or something.
Why would anybody want to do that?
Well, I don't know. Just
seems weird.
Well, I mean, are you because you're such a texter versus
yeah,
on the
I'm just
phone
used
guy?
to that stuff.
Yeah, I know. No, we do need a text line.
I feel like we're like a 900 line. Where you just kind of call in and you want to get your, maybe a little bit of astrology.
Yeah, or
maybe a little bit of fortune telling.
Maybe a little dirty talk.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and Tug will be like, call me now. You're like Miss Cleo.
Yeah, that's right, with her cool Jamaican accent.
That's right.
Yeah.
Tug will give you your future.
Yeah, that's right. Your future is rainy. It's
entertainment purposes
rainy.
Only.
That's right. Absolutely. Don't listen to me because I will probably misguide you. I do that to a lot of people.
We are not going to hand out any sort of numbers as far as you.
I mean, we can.
Well, I mean, again, for entertainment purposes only.
3, 9, 12, 26, 31.
Write it down.
Quickly.
You might win the lottery.
You can't ever tell. You got just as much good a chance with those numbers as you do any others.
I mean, you don't even remember what you said.
3, 9, 12, 26, 31.
All right. This is like a locker combination, or this is something that Tug has had in his mind for forever.
I swear, I just made it up. Completely just made it up. It has 3, 9, and 12 were the stations I grew up with, the network stations. 3 was NBC, 9 was ABC, 12 was CBS that's the Chattanooga market. So that's where the 3, 9, and 12 came up.
That's where Mama watched all of her soap operas.
Her stories.
Her stories.
Did your mom and daddy, or not daddy, did your mama watch her stories? Did she have stories? Your grandmother, either one? My grandmother loved her stories.
So again, like what it came right down to, my dad was into wrestling. That was his stories.
Yeah, and that's a soap opera for dudes.
It's for
that's
dudes.
Exactly what it is.
My mom watched a little bit. For the most part, her stuff was like Monday evening. So I remember like Dynasty and then
Falcon Crest.
I remember Dallas being a big player in our home.
Yep.
It's different when it came to my grandmother. My grandmother to this day
she lives in General Hospital.
No. It's like 8 a.m. It's the novellas.
Oh.
It's like put it on Telemundo.
Okay.
Because Telemundo still shows all of the
stories,
the old stories.
Yeah, the old soap operas.
Yeah, basically.
Is it so you mean the classic?
Oh, they do the classics, but at the same time they still do the.
Oh, they get the updated.
Yeah.
Man, and let me tell you, there was I don't know if y'all remember this, but I don't know. It's been at least 20, maybe 25 years ago. There was this trend of people that they weren't Spanish speakers, but they watched Spanish-speaking soap operas just because they were so dramatic. And there, I don't know why that was
and
a
everybody
trend.
was hot.
Yeah, well,
that's part of it. That's a big part of it.
That was the biggest part of it. Man, dudes are all good looking. The
women are smoking,
just freaking on fire, smoking. So, do you remember that trend?
I do remember that because again, my grandmother, who she knows Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like she, her whole family.
Yeah.
You go back 3 generations. Yeah. They're actually from Spain.
Yeah.
The wild part about it is that I never knew she knew any Spanish until she started watching those shows. And her Spanish isn't good enough to watch them. it's because the dudes are hot.
Yes, even grandma.
Even
She's
grandma.
like, good Lord.
Like 30 years ago, it was like, woo.
She's like, I'm undressing him with my eyes.
That's right.
Dude, that's fantastic. And, people get lured into the stories. Now, this is going to be odd. But it's funny because you bring in the wrestling. When I was in the Navy aboard USS South Carolina, toward the end of the workday, some guys just lived on the ship. You don't always have an apartment out in town. And it wasn't until probably 2 years in, almost 2 years in, that I had a place outside of the ship that I could go and live.
Did that make you, I just want to know, kind of elite?
Because so many people know, not really.
Okay, I was just kind of curious with that mindset,
But I can understand why you'd ask that question.
I can imagine being...
Because half the ship did, half didn't.
Right. I would just imagine that if I didn't have anywhere else to go, I'm like, I stay on the ship.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a little bit of that for the younger guys. You're like, man.
Kind of curious about that, yeah.
People are like, anytime you can invite a junior sailor out, man, it was a great day. But, usually about a couple years in, you'd gotten to the point where dude, I made $15,000 total my last year in the Navy. I was an E5. That was my highest rank. And I made $15,000 that year. So ain't nobody making a whole lot.
Sure.
And granted, that's 25 years ago, and I'm sure it's a little better now. Probably not great. But so, yeah, you'd gotten to the point where you could go off ship and have a place to be. But for the guys that were on duty, when you're on duty, you had to stay there 24 hours. That was your duty day, even in port. And it was usually a 4 or 5 days off after you got done with the work day, and then that 4th or 5th day, you would have a 24-hour duty cycle. For the guys that stayed and had duty in the berthing area where everybody lived, in the racks and the cots and the bunks are, the TV would be either on A, wrestling,
Of course.
or B, soap operas. It was the strangest thing in the world. Dudes sitting around watching General Hospital or what are the other ones? Young and the Restless.
Like, it doesn't surprise me.
And I didn't enjoy either one, so I was just, what the hell, y'all?
Well, it didn't surprise me with wrestling because, let's face it, it's a lot of young men.
Yeah.
A lot of young men, a lot of dudes.
Sure.
And wrestling, which it took, the better part of, I don't know, maybe like 30 years for my dad to finally give up.
that it's scripted.
I mean, he was the original. It's still real to me, damn it.
Don't you tell me.
That's right. The guy that when they, and the audio can always go ahead and find it on YouTube. There was a guy who was at a festival and he's talking to all of these current day wrestlers and he points out, I appreciate what you've done to your body. It's like, because let's face it, they're athletes and they're performers and they get beaten up.
Yeah.
And he basically tells them, I appreciate what you do. I appreciate what you've done to your bodies. And then he just says, it's still real to me, damn it. Okay, that's my dad. All right, that took a long time for him to get beyond that.
It's so funny. I listened to a song from Blake Shelton yesterday called I Lived It, and I love it. It's a great song. It's just about growing up and how he grew up and, pretty much anybody in our age range could, relate to the song.
I only know 2 country songs right now. I know Rodeo.
Backup Plan?
No.
So 3.
Okay. Backup Plan and Country Girl, Shake It For Me. Those are the only 3 I know now.
That's right. Yeah. So the line in the that starts this verse is, them old Duke boys were flattening the hills. Hollywood was fake and wrestling was real.
Yeah.
That's the way we grew up.
Yeah, sure.
And it was. So Aaron has something for us.
Aaron went ahead and found, and Aaron, give me the thumbs up when you are ready with the one guy. This is the person I'm telling you about. This is what my old man held on to for years.
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean,
That's
who is that? Do we know who that is?
Just some random fan at some random.
He's a fan.
Oh, he's a fan. So,
yes.
Thank you for what
and
you've
he's
done to your
talking
bodies.
to a forum of guys, letting them know, I appreciate what you've done.
I appreciate all the entertainment.
In the
over
entertainment,
here.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Damn it.
That's my dad.
He is
okay,
just
that's not
sobbing.
Yeah, that's not actually my dad, but I'm saying
but that's
the mentality
his
is there.
mentality, yes.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, dude, I loved wrestling when I was a kid. I mean, I loved it. I loved the Mike and Dream Dusty Rhodes. God, he was great. I follow a Twitter to this day. No, it's an Instagram page. To this day, it's called Out of Context Dusty. And it is fantastic. It's nothing but Dusty Rhodes interview clips. And they'll set it up out of context. Like, you know, baby doll's been cheating on me. My wife's been cheating on me. And it'll be like, you know how they used to get on, they'd be on the microphone. You a low down dirty dog. You know, so it's so funny. And I just sit and giggle at that multiple times during the day.
There's a gentleman who used to work in television and radio in this town, Bobach. He's known as the Dean, all right? Like, Bobach spent years, you would see him on local television, and he did local radio. Here's the fun part. Before he ever did any of that, he wrestled, okay? He's a pretty good athlete. He wrestled under Dutch Treat.
Dutch Treat?
Because you're going to pay. And I love that. I love that entire story when he talked about the local Southern wrestling circuit.
Dude,
and that's what he was wrestling on.
Which was big time.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, there were so many. And there are, it's like in a revival right now. There's a friend of mine that used to work with Cumulus. His name is Brandon Benefield. And he now works at the Impact Partnership, which some of our friends, you know, all work there. They do basically financial advisors. They help them with their media and programming and do radio shows and all that. So he, in his side gig, his side hustle, is that he is the Mean Gene Okerlund of local wrestling.
The straight man.
Yes.
Who does the interviews.
Absolutely. Yeah. With the wrestlers. And or the Tony Schiavone,
okay,
even,
yeah,
you know, that was NWA.
Tony Schiavone did it for years.
Yeah, and now he's back in there too. I think Tony Schiavone's doing it. I don't know the organization. Somebody's probably that likes wrestling probably knows. But Brandon, dude, he's so good at it. I've seen videos of him doing like the straight guy talking to the irate wrestler,
of course,
about he's going to rip somebody's head off, and you know he's going to be the new champion and whatever. And Brandon's just leaning in. Tell me how you're going to do it.
Straight face.
Yes.
Here's what we're doing.
Suit, tie, whole 9 yards.
Who do you want to wrestle next?
He was like, I'm going to take on everybody. Whatever. And he is so good at that. I'm so blown away. And he loves wrestling. Like, he'd be that guy that you just played. That it's still real to me, damn it. And he's in it. So
glad you're into it now.
And it's
I
wonderful.
appreciate what you've done to your bodies.
Dude, I've told you.
Still real to me, damn it.
Lex Luger came to our church.
Yeah.
Not as like a spectacle.
No, these dudes are beaten up.
Dude, he was on a walker.
Yeah.
This guy was ripped. Do you remember? I mean, there were steroids in there without a doubt.
Sure.
He was ripped back in the day. He was called like the powerhouse or something. I'm messing up his name.
I think about how we lost Hulk Hogan in the last 60 days. And obviously, heart attack that went on there. The fact that Terry Bollea made it to the age that he did when most of these guys were passing away in their 40s. And so much of it was just how they ravaged their bodies.
Yeah.
And it's just part of it. It was part of the entertainment package.
Because when you fall through a table
like
off
this
the
show,
top rope.
Everybody on this show is like all into, we do the hormones and we do all the steroids and everything else.
And Aaron provides it all.
Yeah.
he's her guy.
Aaron's not joking.
He's in there flexing right now. You can't see it, but he is. I'm just telling you.
Aaron's like, this is how I want to put a little bit extra in my pocket.
Yeah. But I
sells roids.
Everybody needs a side hustle.
That's
Don't
right.
hate.
404-741-1230. We need a guy. We got a guy.
You want to talk to Aaron? You need to get some roids.
That's right.
You need some HGH, and you don't want to go to some clinic.
Yeah, or behind a Publix somewhere. You don't end up there.
I mean, if you feel better about it, he will meet you behind a Publix. If need be.
It needs to be really
feel better about it.
It needs to be private, or you just want it to feel a little more dirty.
You want to go to a local library? You want to be behind a Publix? I feel better behind a Publix.
This is dirtier, and this is a dirty transaction. It seems fitting. It seems right that we're behind the dumpster, behind the Publix.
He's a really friendly guy. He's like, why do you keep making me come behind Publix?
And he's like,
this feels weird.
Aaron's like the old school. Remember in the 80s in New York City, the guy with the long jacket?
Yes.
Open it up, and then have the watches. And I saw that firsthand one time.
Every time in the 90s when we would watch, I still remember being in like elementary, middle school, and they would always have a drug transaction. It was always a white guy in a leather jacket. And he was the one who was pushing whatever you were going to get. That's right. And that's what he takes care of. He's like,
that's our Aaron right there.
He's like, do I have to wear the leather jacket? It's 90 degrees today.
Yes. What do you mean? What kind of question is that? Yes, the answer is yes.
You got to sell the profile.
What? But you can't you can't just break the stereotype. What do you do? Who are you? You're not better than...
Yeah, who talks about their dealer like, my dealer's just a regular guy who's pretty friendly?
That's right.
No.
He's got a family.
Exactly.
And a fenced-in yard.
Right. No, I need somebody who's a little bit shady.
That's right. I need somebody with some tattoos that have been in jail before.
Just, you got to fit the mold here.
I mean, what is the holdup? What is the problem? Oh, my gosh, that is so dang funny. And that's the way we're starting Friday, right there.
What's up, Friday?
That's right.
Welcome.
You didn't know what was coming. Now it's already hit you in the jaws. Too late.
Well, Thursday was the stripper. What is Friday?
Well, it's wrestling, I guess.
Well, it's wrestling.
And drugs and leather jackets.
Poor dudes.
And,
man, they go hard.
And Dusty Rhodes, American Dream. That's what it is.
American Dream.
Do you remember? And Dusty was a big man.
Yeah.
And I don't mean in shape big man.
No.
I mean, he had moves before that was even a thing, before somebody even made that word up.
I mean, that dude made a living looking like a big regular American.
Yeah, like he lives in a trailer park and eats Viney Weenies for lunch.
Yeah, there was before these dudes were all ripped up like Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, or Lex Luger.
And by the way, Ultimate Warrior checked out way too early too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of those guys.
But
man.
I mean, do you remember seeing them though, dude? You would look at them and it looked like
their veins looked like cartoon characters.
Yeah, and their skin looked like it was going to tear. It physically looked like they were. If they flexed one more time, the skin might actually break and tear. That's what it looked like back then. And you know, it's funny because WCW and NWA, that's what I grew up on with the Four Horsemen and Ric Flair. Woo! You know, and the Road Warriors they had the Spike Squad shoulder pads with the spikes before that was even a thing. And now, you know, obviously they do it out in Athens for UGA football that in the student section. But they were more like you're talking about, like gritty,
like big regular dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where WWE was, or F at the time, they had these huge characters. It was almost like a big production.
Oh, theirs was much more glamour.
Yeah, glam. That's the word. Yeah. That's the right word. Yeah. And I got to tell you, man, when I was a kid, I always, maybe it's because I grew up here. The NWA was kind of based here, so maybe I saw it more and liked it more. But I didn't always care for the huge production of it, you know, and so I was late to the WWE game.
I just rejected it all.
I know, because your daddy liked it.
That's right.
That was
I was like, that was my rejection of like, you know, I'm going to get back at Dad.
Little Los's rebellion.
He likes wrestling. Yeah, I ain't into it.
You're like, I am not eating broccoli, Mama, and I'm not watching wrestling, Daddy. Don't you bring that crap to me again. And if you keep it up, I'll start failing math.
No, it's not far off.
Yeah, that's right. We will continue this nonsense. We'll talk about something important, I promise, next on Xtra 106.3 Tug and Los. Until 10.
Get connected to Xtra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Xtra shows in crystal clear digital on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about True Prep and their 14th year anniversary. That is going down tomorrow. Make it a point. 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. They have an awesome scenario going on at True Prep tomorrow. I've already made it a point. I'm going to go on by there in the morning. They're going to have raffles. They're going to have giveaways. They're going to have food vendors. They are celebrating in the right way. And also, here's the other part. 30% off all used guns, okay? Like, there's all sorts of stuff that they're also going to have on sale as well. But if you just want to make it a point to go check out True Prep, maybe it's your first time, maybe you're a regular. Either way, True Prep tomorrow, 14-year anniversary for the people that are over there. True Prep helps you get ready for any sort of scenario, to get rid of any anxiety when it comes to dealing with the unknown. I'm big into food prep. That's what I use on a regular basis. I go and pick up my supplies over at True Prep. Maybe you're an outdoorsman. Maybe you like getting out there. They've got all the equipment to help take care of you when it comes to that. Also, when it comes to personal security, home security, guns and ammo, they got everything. They got everything under the sun, great prices, and again, 30% off tomorrow when it comes to used guns. Go on over to True Prep. That's 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. Go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Brandon Hutchison, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Make no mistake about it, we're big customers of Georgia Power. It really is a true partnership. We've ran NASCAR's highest level of racing. In the early days of Atlanta Motor Speedway, Atlanta International Raceway, as it were, they raced twice a year, and that was about it. Right. And then we started figuring out that this is an 850-acre campus that can do so much more. And it's not just the larger events that impact the region, it's the local events that really impact our community. It's a big responsibility for us to be such a big player in our community, and there's no doubt that Georgia Power has fan experience front of mind all the time.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
Summer is here, and it's time to enjoy your outdoor oasis as a family. Don't know where to begin? At Stovall & Company, we have everything you need to make your landscaping dreams come true. From premium mulch and topsoil to a wide variety of plants, trees, shrubs, and annuals, Stovall has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
Hey, it's Los here to tell you about a new, stress-free, and completely transparent way to purchase your next pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, traditionally, I've been a payment buyer. How do you work with that type of buyer?
I have people that come in all the time and they want to spend $20,000. Okay, if their payments are $400 on $20,000, they don't realize without the doc fees, without all this other stuff, we can put them in a 22 or 23 model car and we can spend a little bit more money and have the same payment. So if you're a payment buyer, don't come in here just saying, I want to spend $20,000, because we can sit there and help you and we can put you in a newer car with lesser miles at a payment you need.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day, and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite. If there's fire, you can grill at Southern Thunder Barbecue School. Our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. A hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbbq.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Friday, September 26th. Former state representative Misha Maynor says she's running for state school superintendent because parents want transparency, saying, I'm definitely a strong advocate for school choice. I prefer to call it parent choice. At the end of the day, it's parents making a decision. Maynor left the Democrat Party to join the Republican Party as a representative over the same issue. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport has lost over $37 million in FAA grants due to DEI programs. The money was going to be used for restroom improvements, taxiway pavement replacement, among other projects. Budget-friendly Spirit Airlines is going to furlough 1,800 flight attendants, including 300 here in Atlanta, as it struggles to reorganize under bankruptcy protection. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger made his first Metro Atlanta campaign stop in his quest to become the next governor of the state of Georgia. He downplayed questions about whether his path to victory is limited because of Donald Trump's early endorsement of Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, saying his path is the same as it was in 2022, and that worked out pretty well. Speed, workforce alignment, taxes, and energy infrastructure now define the best states for doing business, and for the 12th year, Georgia has been named #1 state in America for business by Area Development Magazine. Today's weather, 55% chance of rain, and you can expect a high of 80. So glad to have Front Office Los back from fall break with his family and had a great trip. And
like to think we're bringing it.
Yes, absolutely, because there's so much. We have so much to catch up on. We never even got. Obviously, we didn't talk about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. You know, and the fact that people are more upset about Jimmy Kimmel being suspended, or at least mainstream media, about him being suspended for 2 days, than YouTube and Google just completely admitting that they censored Americans at the behest of the Biden administration. It's like crickets on this one.
If I may, I thought this was rather interesting in that I saw a post last night, and this wasn't from Tug, it wasn't from Los, it wasn't from either one of us, it wasn't from anybody where you'd say, oh, okay, I kind of know them. There was a guy who was pointing out how he was censored through Google on YouTube and all the other ventures. His name is Rand Paul.
Yeah.
Okay, he's a U.S. senator.
Yeah.
He's like, they removed my information. They removed my questions. They removed my discussion. It's a joke when you hear the Democrats talk about free speech. They haven't believed in free speech for a long time. But Bill of Rights, free speech, they begin and end with Bill Maher. And then it's largely dead to the rest of the left. At least we look at it and go, and we explain the entire scenario. If you are FCC regulated, which is, it's old school, okay?
We talked to Bortz about it, and he disagreed. And I was like, if you want to change the rule, if you want to change the law, go ahead.
Change the law. But this is why we have to play the game by it.
Because I defended us. I was like, if I were to go on and just absolutely lie about something,
then we could face an FCC violation, which, again, as I said, it sounds old school because there's so many different forms of communication and forms of media that do not require an FCC license. But when that tower is considered a public entity that is licensed to that broadcaster, they have to at least tell the truth to their best ability.
When David Dickey, he signs your contract to work here, he's your #1 goal. Protect the license.
Protect the license.
Dude, that's what he has said to me every time I've signed a new contract. I'm sure it's come up with you.
The license is in there. If you threaten the license, you threaten your employment.
That's exactly right.
And that is what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. This wasn't Google that, on orders from the Biden administration, started pulling information, silencing hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of people. You want to know what censorship looks like? That's censorship, not, hey, Jimmy Kimmel said the wrong thing, trying to tell a joke, so he got suspended for 2 days.
Joke.
Oh, my God, look what the administration's doing to him. No, he went down a road that's extremely sensitive. You know why? Because I saw freaking Charlie Kirk had a hole blown in his neck. You don't get to play the game in this regard. It's completely insensitive and ridiculous. And that's what Jimmy Kimmel got wrong.
And that's the thing. He's got the right to say it.
By all means.
But you don't have the right to control the consequences, including from the FCC, or more importantly, from your employer. They don't owe you anything.
And for those that choose to broadcast your content, because those are two different things. These are not all owned by ABC.
Sinclair Nexstar proved that with not putting it on 60 stations even after they brought him back.
They can flat out say, we're not putting it on.
And did you see, and I'm sure you did, Pocahontas Warren saying, I can't wait to dismantle Sinclair Media. That was from her Twitter handle.
That's
I can't
interesting.
wait to. Yeah, well, yeah. Because, wait, what? I thought it was freedom of speech. What is it? Choose, please.
Which one is it?
Yeah,
haven't we gone down this road that if a Christian company doesn't want to make a gay cake for a gay marriage, that they have the Supreme Court legal right to choose based on their religious beliefs. If a private entity, if a company decides they are not going to air content based on who their subscriber base is, what's the problem with that? This is why Elizabeth Warren shows up every single time there's a scale that'll show you how far right, how far left individual senators are. She's always the farthest to the left, and then you'll have basically the senators from Tennessee and Florida the farthest to the right.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of who the communities are.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, so many other things to cover because you have people that just they're fixated on Jeffrey Epstein. And still. Dude,
it's like a left pipe dream, isn't it?
Everybody wants those women to be made whole. I don't think anybody argues.
They've already gotten their money. They've already gotten their payout. That's already happened. That was part of taking. And again, there's no amount of money that'll make you whole. Okay, like I get which one. How many of these little things do I have to say? NIMBY. Okay, I'll say all the ones that need to be said. What this has now turned into is the left's political Hail Mary. And James O'Keefe, well, he went a little bit deeper. He found one of the investigators that is part of the Department of Justice who's been looking into this. Got him, typical James O'Keefe. Now, did he use the honeypot? I don't know.
Probably.
Listen, there are people. He's got it down. If you happen to be a gay man and an attractive man comes up to you, he works for James O'Keefe. All right? If you happen to be a middle-aged guy, it's me or Tug, and there's a 25-year-old attractive woman who comes to talk to you, she works for James O'Keefe.
They're trying to get you to say something.
This is how this works. So I want you to take a listen. His name is, I believe it's Ken Prager, and he starts lining out what they have going on when it comes to the Epstein files.
It's not talked about yet, but it's soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people.
Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax of the case, like a hoax or something like that. Come on, you know it's not a hoax. He's been on the plane now, many times. Mm-hmm. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids.
I've seen the itineraries and I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and a rape occurred. But that can't be said for Clinton. That can't be said for others.
Now, to clarify, just in case you weren't able to follow it, the investigator flat out says, hey, Donald Trump keeps calling this a hoax. It's not a hoax. He's like, but also, Donald Trump's not involved. He's like, no, Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He's like, when there were rapes that occurred on the plane, Clinton was present.
Right.
So, but he's pointing out, too, he's like, Donald Trump's protecting some people. All right. Who's he protecting? Wouldn't be surprised if you're protecting some prominent people. Now, are they on the right? Oh, maybe.
Could be. Absolutely could be.
But I know that there's somewhere where there's political power in protecting another president.
Yeah. Well, think about what he did with Hillary Clinton, but deciding not to prosecute her because she was a former first lady. And that completely backfired. That was not a good decision on Donald Trump's part because now we're still dealing with that. So if he would defend or protect a former first lady, probably going to defend or protect a former president.
This is the comedy that goes on the left right now. They are so desperate to get Trump, they're willing to burn down any one of their icons.
Including Bill Clinton.
Including Bill Clinton. It doesn't matter which, and it's always the same thing. Well, we've got to bring them all to justice because they firmly believe it's Donald Trump, even though, let's see, you've had Jeffrey Epstein's attorney. Yeah. You've had people that have testified that Trump was never there. You have also had people that testified. Oh, what was it? The one attorney who was representing the victims who said Donald Trump was the only one who was. He's the only one who took our call.
And he gave us, they're like, can we get an hour every time? He said, you get as much time you need.
We had Speaker Johnson who pointed out Donald Trump essentially is an FBI informant for this case. And as you have this investigator point out, you had Epstein as a CIA asset. Because remember, it was always like, is it Mossad? They knew he was in intelligence. He got away with this stuff for the longest amount of time because he was protected in the right places.
That's exactly right.
So what happens when this burns down the CIA? Yeah, I do believe that Donald Trump, in the interest of whatever you're trying to protect, which is going to include Bill Clinton, is probably saying, slow walk that thing. It's not in his interest.
Yeah. The CIA using somebody like Jeffrey Epstein would be so damning.
Total tradecraft.
Dude, but in the eyes of the American people, you're right. It is tradecraft, but it would be so damning, and people would be ready to blow up the CIA and let that thing scatter to dust in the wind. They would want to see a complete teardown.
It's a perilous situation based on the power of the presidency. Do you want to, I know you want to nuke the deep state. You want to nuke the entire state.
That's right.
That's kind of the question.
Do you want to nuke every piece of every tool you have to investigate, to make sure you're able to observe things that are happening, because those CIA agents are undercover. And they are in every country in the world.
What is the joke that Mike Benz tells us? The guy who's the former, when it came to cyber intelligence with Donald Trump won.
Dude's amazing.
Dude's incredible to listen to. And he points out, when it was too dirty for the CIA, it was given to USAID. Well, USAID
has been scattered to the wind.
All right. So
what's next?
What's next? Are you just you really want to blow up the CIA too? I know I wanted to blow up the FBI for a long time. Figuratively speaking, not actually trying to blow them up. I'm just saying I thought that the organization should be dismantled.
These days, you have to be clear.
But I want to be very clear about what I'm pointing out.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you have to be very clear.
But yeah, I think that's the idea, is that it is so wrought with corruption.
And so deep.
Well, Donald Trump gets put between, I think, a rock and a hard place.
Sure. I agree with that.
You know you want to have everybody lay off this stuff. You've had countless people who've pointed out you have no involvement, nothing that would ever be damaging to you, but it's damaging to some people out there. Like, how damaging do you want it to be?
And after a while...
And by the way, the Democrats continue to block it.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Right, exactly. They always... Democrat judges...
Release the files!
Yeah.
The Democrats block it every time.
The judges block it all the time. Is exactly right. But at some point, do you think Donald Trump gets to that where... It's too much, man. I can no longer, because this is such a distraction on taking care of China or taking care of, as far as from the point of view of the United States, we have to be focused. If this is a distraction, fine. At some point, he's going to say fine.
I'm just going to ask a question. If you feel like you've had 2 assassination attempts on your life and they involved perhaps, the intelligence agencies of this government...
What did Chuck Schumer say?
The 7 ways to Sunday, they'll get you?
That's exactly right, dude.
Do you really want to do this again? Do you really want to put egg on the face of the CIA? There are...
repercussions.
There are repercussions to this stuff. We are in a perilous time.
You called it clapback earlier.
Yes.
There will be clapback.
It's one of those where maybe you're in a live and let live situation, even though it's an ugly scenario, even though you have the Democrats constantly calling for it. The Democrats know this. It's going to burn some of their major donors and one of their former icons. They know it.
Which is why they keep blocking it.
They just think it's going to get Trump.
Level. But yeah, well...
which it won't.
They got their fingers crossed. They have their fingers crossed. It's like, please, just anything.
There's the damning issue of what kind of danger, what kind of peril does that put you in with the intelligence agencies? I know this is a little bit of tinfoil hat conspiracy, but we have seen 2 attempts on his life, and both of them...
That's what I say, or is it?
We haven't really had a whole lot of explanation for either one of these, how they came up with a certain amount of money, how they ended up pulling this off, who they were talking with.
Goodness gracious. We'll at some point, we will figure it all out. And this is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. Do not push violence too far, because at some point, the right will push back. That's next on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, September 26th. The Atlanta Braves will close out their 2025 season this weekend at Truist Park as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Former and current Atlanta Brave Charlie Morton will make the final start of the season on Sunday. He is expected to retire after the conclusion of the season. Chris Sale will follow behind Morton on the mound. as they conclude the year. From the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks now 3-1 after a last-second 52-yard field goal beats the Arizona Cardinals 23-20 last night on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they will look to get back to 500 this weekend as they host the Washington Commanders on Sunday. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
So you got the baseball season come to an end. We're in football season. Fall is here. Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know this is the perfect time to upgrade your HVAC. For a limited time, you can get $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. That's right. Savings up front and no interest for 5 full years. A brand new Carrier system from Central delivers dependability and efficiency, comfort that every family deserves. Central and Carrier set the standard in cooling and heating for 3 generations, and now you can bring that comfort to your house. Best savings of the season. These dual incentives don't come around very often, so you better get it now. Here's how you do it. Call Chuck and his team, and when you call, you will not speak to automation. That is the most important thing. You know, anywhere you call, at this point, anybody you call, a bank, whatever, you're getting automation. Not at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. You will speak to an employee of Central. That's the thing that'll make you smile to begin with. You don't have to put up with the automation. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com is the website. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPsetcetera.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsetc.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Pete Davis here. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, passing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can start with as little as $1. I play too. This season, I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. to go higher on touchdown projections and Drake London to go higher on receiving yards. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog, and you can be next. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Don't just ride apart from the crowd, travel above it. The spacious, sumptuous 7-seat GLS SUV wraps thoughtful innovations in ruggedly elegant style and refined luxury. With a long wheelbase for generous room and a smoother ride, the GLS SUV lets you live large without the bulky driving experience. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLS 450 4MATIC SUV. Just $929 per month for 36 months with $87.33 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's fall sales event, now through September 30th. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Georgia Tech homecoming is more than a game, it's tradition. Join us back on the flats for homecoming as the Yellow Jackets take on Syracuse on October 25th, presented by Invesco QQQ. Relive the great moments of the past and be prepared to make new ones. Pulling it, curling right into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets! Jackets stress the lead. Visit RamblingWreck.com/tickets to get your seats today. Sting 'em.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Promises made, promises kept. The president is making the economy great again. He's securing the border for America's safety, and the mainstream media still wants to tear him down.
The media wants Donald Trump to fail. That's their goal. That's how they'll report his progress.
But we know the truth, and we give you the perspective that other stations won't. Atlanta's only conservative voice is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10. Donald Trump is taking some flack for saying what he said, and he should not, because it is merely a warning to the left. The left, who has just embraced violence, unfortunately. Does that mean everybody on the left? No, but when we see violent actions taking place, it's by leftists.
Well, and the problem is, too, you have prominent people on the left that continue to stoke this fire.
And the flames.
They're doing it on purpose. They continue to refer to people as Nazis, and you would say, whoa, what's the big deal there? Well, that's why deranged people keep writing fascists on bullets.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, like there's a reason why this continues to happen. This is part of their MO now. This is part of who they are.
That's right. And we've seen polling that shows people on the left say their biggest concern about the future is the rise of fascism. Wonder why? Because they're told every day that we live in Nazi America, which is ridiculous and absurd. But that's what the mainstream media runs with. Donald Trump said it's time to stop pushing the violence, because if you push it too far, people in the right are going to respond. Listen.
Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. The radical left Democrats are causing this problem, and it gets worse. It gets worse, and it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left, and we don't want that.
No, and I understand where he's coming from, but he is not wrong when he says this, Los.
The part that I think is the most valuable there is he says it's going to get worse. He sees it on the horizon. I think a lot of people within that administration see it. As long, and we've now seen this from the media, as long as there is power that is being wielded by the right, as long as there is power in terms of the House, the Senate, and obviously you have the White House, the left's only answer is violence. So as he's pointing out, yeah, I think he's looking at it as you win the midterms, they get more violent.
Yeah, that's right. And at some point, people do fight back. And we've talked about the ballot box is the way to go. Ballot box is the way to go. But I know so many people who are patient and kind, and they're quick to say, they better stay away from here. You know what I mean? Stay away from our neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
Stay away from the area that we live in. And the discussion, it's happened. I've seen it happen. What would you do if? And, dude, let me tell you, people are like, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
They're not eager to. They don't want to. These are people that are responsible gun owners. They're just, do not bring that BS to my neighborhood or to the city that I live in. Man, y'all can have downtown Atlanta. It's yours. Take it. We don't want it.
I've joked around about it. That belongs to the animals. Let them do whatever they want to do with it.
Exactly right, dude.
And then the further you move away from the city, and that's part of this discussion. I always talk about true wealth is living around people that share your values.
Exactly right.
If their values are hey, we're not really into violence. Okay, awesome. So what happens when you have a community that starts to move that way? Just as you said, you're going to defend it very hard.
Whatever needs to be done.
Whatever needs to be done. Let's make sure safety and security are two issues.
And I grew up with people like that, right? They wouldn't hurt a fly unless you come out and come into their home, make them feel uncomfortable, make them feel unsafe. Then things change rapidly. And that's what Donald Trump is pointing out, I believe. Stop this. We don't want this trending in the direction that this discussion even has to take place.
Well, and I think that's part of it. The idea that, as you said, you're trying to keep this from moving in this direction. When the president tells you, here's what's happening, and it's going to continue, I think it
just feels like a bellwether.
It's a false hope.
Yeah.
It is. You're seeing more and more of these people, whether it's now, and by the way, I was wrong on one of them. McAllen is the third one. There's now been 3 ICE facilities shot at. These people are taking their cues from their leadership.
Yeah.
And they're not stopping.
Yeah. The messaging on the ammunition, the messaging on the rounds.
I'm going to write on a cartridge.
Yeah.
To leave my note for everybody out there what this matters to me.
Well, I brought up the fact that so many people on the left, Democrat voters, say the rise of fascism is their biggest fear. As absurd as it is, just follow me here. That's why the bullet casing, the shell casings say, hey, fascist, catch. There's a reason that's there because they truly believe that. They've been conditioned to believe that.
So there was a moment, this is now like 6 months ago, where my wife and one of her colleagues at work were talking about a particular country, and they had a cooperation that was going on between private industry and the government, where the government was telling private industry of what they could create and how much they could create of it. And they were like, so how do we describe this when it comes to our upcoming scenario where we're going to explain this to people? And I'm in the back going, fascism. I'm like trying to explain it. I'm like it's fascist in nature.
But they saw that as some sort of term that, well, we can't use that. That's a deadly term.
That is used only for
Donald Trump.
For Donald Trump. And the funny part was, as soon as I got out of the house, I called Tug. I described it, and he's like, that's fascist.
Yeah, right.
That's fascism.
But they wouldn't dare use that description.
But it's become a catch-all now.
Well, that's right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like for somebody who believes in private markets and letting the government do what it's going to do, let the private sector do what it's going to do, you never get to the point of being a fascist or fascism. Yet that becomes the catch-all that they all use in order to demonize Donald Trump on our side. Yeah. It's wild.
And now you see it on ammunition cases.
No idea what actual fascism is.
I have no clue. When we come back on Xtra 106.3, there's great news out of the Medina household since we were kind of talking about that. The politics are shifting next on Xtra 106.3.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
There are nut jobs on the road. Who knows where they learn to drive? If one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant, 855-GA-INJURY. Van Sant Law, one of Georgia's top-rated personal injury lawyers and car accident firms. Time is of the essence. Don't waste any. The longer you wait to get the right lawyer, the longer it takes to get the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law today. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
The more we find out about how insurance companies do business, we realize you can't really trust them. 9 out of 10, their number one priority is not you. 9 out of 10 times it's a commission check. And Medicare? Uncle Sam has made it so complicated that millions of seniors are on the wrong plan for their needs. Chapter is the only Medicare advisor that I would trust. They help people cut through all of the red tape and save thousands of dollars. Here's how Chapter is different. They're the only Medicare advisor that compares every plan nationwide and recommends the one that is best for you. That's how they've saved people an average of $1,100 every year, and sometimes way more. In fact, Tamara and Dean, who are members of this audience, are saving almost $3,000 a year because they heard about Chapter on this program. So whether you're on Medicare or soon will be, give them a call. If you're already on the right plan, they'll tell you. If not, they'll help you switch. It's easy and completely free. They can review your options in under 20 minutes. Dial pound 250, say Chapter today. Get peace of mind. That's pound 250, say Chapter.
It's September 26th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Johnny Appleseed Day. The Massachusetts native was born John Chapman in 1774, and over the course of his life, he gained notoriety as a kind man who planted apple seeds wherever he went across parts of the East and Midwest, but also dispensed wisdom to the many strangers he met on his journeys. The legend of Johnny Appleseed lives on during the fall when apples are plentiful. Pennsylvania lays claim to having the first orchard Johnny Appleseed planted, while Mansfield, Ohio has a monument to the man. Also on this date, in 1960, Fidel Castro of Cuba gives the longest speech by a head of state at the UN General Assembly of nearly 4.5 hours. And in 2017, Saudi Arabia becomes the final country in the world to overturn a ban on women driving. If it's your birthday today, you share it with American poet and Nobel laureate T.S. Eliot, born in 1888. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, VanSantLaw.com.
He's expected to surrender today. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former FBI Director James Comey, who's defiant after being indicted, posting on Instagram he's innocent.
We will not live on our knees. And you shouldn't either.
The president, in a Truth Social post, calls Comey one of the worst human beings in the country. The charges relate to Comey's testimony to Congress about the FBI investigation into the 2016 election and allegations of Trump campaign Russia collusion the president calls a hoax.
Comey is charged with obstruction and making false statements. President Trump last week pushed for the Justice Department to move forward with an indictment against Comey, demanding in a Truth Social post that justice be served now. Comey was FBI director when the Russia investigation was opened. He was fired just a few months into the first Trump term.
That's Fox's Gernal Scott. We're learning more about the gunman who shot at an immigration enforcement facility in Dallas, Texas this week, that he tracked ICE agents using an app. And Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
Federal officials say the shooter spent months planning this attack
attack that they say was meant to kill ICE agents. They say they found a collection of notes in 29-year-old Joshua John's house. The notes included a game plan of the attack, and he called ICE agents people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck.
No agents were shot, but 3 ICE detainees were. 1 died. John shot and killed himself. President Trump signed an order facilitating the sale of TikTok to American investors away from Chinese control to prevent a ban of the social media app mandated by law. Vice President Vance says
there was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law.
President Trump's going to impose more tariffs next month, this time targeting some imported pharmaceuticals, trucks, furniture, household products. And later this morning, he goes to the Ryder Cup in New York, which starts in about 10 minutes with the first matches, American golfers versus Europeans. America's listening to Fox News.
Allie Dwyer and her 3 sons lost their hero, Stephen. Serving our country in the United States Army was Stephen's calling, and flying helicopters was his passion. Stephen was killed in a Black Hawk helicopter crash over the Mediterranean Sea. Thanks to friends like you, Tunnel to Towers provided his family with a mortgage-free home, giving them security and hope in their darkest hours. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Grow your business organically with Atlanta's fastest growing news and talk station, Xtra 1063. Get started today by emailing sales@xtra1063.com.
There we go.
Buddy, it's Friday.
Finally.
Oh.
That's how I know.
Let's go.
It's actually been a very quick 2 days.
Well, yeah, for you.
Had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off with fall break, and then to get back on a Friday, and to get Unskinny Bop, of course.
Come on. So good. And we were talking about Bret Michaels yesterday, and the fact people wonder why sometimes he does that Bret Michaels party grawl thing, where it's just him and a bunch of other, like Dee Snider from Twisted Sister and Lou Graham, the original singer for Foreigner. I'm sure there's a couple other artists that was on that because my wife and I went to see it last year. And she even asked, she was like, why does he do that? Why don't he just have Poison out here? And I was like, because he has to divide the check 4 ways.
That's right.
He don't want
CeCe
to do that.
DeVille doesn't get out there for nothing.
No, of course not.
Ricky Rocket's like, you better give me my money.
That's exactly Bobby Dahl.
Bobby Dahl's like, hey.
Pay me. And so for him, he's like, yeah, he's like, I can go play all the songs that Poison made famous and collect the entirety of the check. That's why those things happen the way they do.
I remember when one of my bands that I listened to when I was much younger was Live. From Pennsylvania.
Ed Kowalczyk, yeah.
And they blew up and they kind of all went their separate ways. And then they decided, well, we should get back together. And they blew up in part because Ed Kowalczyk wanted a singer's bonus on every concert. So they're like, why is he making this and the rest of us are making this? And that kind of blew things up.
He's the voice. He's the sound.
And that dude ended up, when he got back in charge of that band, getting all, from what I believe, all the rights to everything. So now it's him and like 3 other dudes that ain't the guys he grew up with any longer.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Live.
Yeah.
And he's got control of all of it.
Yeah, well, good for him, man. He's figured it out.
That's the game, right?
Yeah, for sure it is. Remember a long time ago when Journey broke up and Steve Perry would, he would still play the Journey songs in concert. And then he did, the solo stuff and Oh Sherry and those huge records that he had. They had the same fights, man. It was always over money. It always is. Like when your favorite band is in a fight and break up, it's because of money. Or they've spent too much time together and they can't get along. But that leads to the bigger stuff.
It's hard.
It is, man.
To be grown men on the road and do that all the time.
What I've seen that has worked for a lot of acts, if they get to a certain level.
Show hair.
Well, that's the first thing. That they make sure that the show hair is perfect.
When Brooks and Dunn are involved sexually.
Yeah. Right. So Ronnie Dunn, he may take off the show hair for lovemaking. I don't know. But when he's on stage, I mean, that thing's got to be perfect. You
Look,
have that.
look at here, Ronnie.
Yeah.
This is why we get along so well.
Straighten my show hair out. I won't walk outside and look like I got a dead animal on my head. If you could,
This looks funny.
Just
I need
adjust
your
that,
help.
just that for me, son. Yeah, but no, what they do is when they hit a certain level, they all have their own buses, and it's an expense.
Yeah,
but they get along. I mean, that's why now Brooks and Dunn. Now that they're have gotten past all that, they both take separate buses. The Rascal Flatts boys, now that are out on tour, they take separate buses, big and rich.
Well, it's how you keep from killing one another.
Exactly right. It's just like, and those buses, I mean, as nice as they are, they're not gigantic.
No.
You're on top of each other.
I have done a couple of different, traveled to a couple of different events in buses like that. The last one was Georgia and Alabama. This was the 2021 season.
Is that blackout?
No.
That was, no. Got it, yeah.
As much fun as it was, by the time we hit Sunday,
yeah, you're ready to be done.
Done.
Yeah, you're ready to be
Just
back home.
done.
Yeah, it's just, we've had enough. We've had enough. That's the way it shakes out, man. There's you go. There's your education in bands and music. And
so from now on, when you're thinking about starting your band, just remember separate buses.
That's exactly. Well, it's expensive to do that in the beginning. I mean, that's a challenge. Maybe I'll take separate.
You need to
pickup
make
trucks.
it as fast as you can so you can do separate buses.
Just take separate pickup trucks. You know.
I mean, there is a part that is fun in the struggle.
Oh, sure.
Like, I'm sure you have stories from when you were working radio. I have stories when, and then it got to a point. I still remember when this radio company asked me to cover SEC Media Days. And they were like, oh, and here's the room. We're going to have you rooming with this person. And I was like, I'm 40 years old.
Yeah,
I'm not rooming with this person any longer.
With another grown man.
I was like, oh, by the way, that guy's 40 and he's got kids too.
Yeah, man, I'm not rooming with anybody.
And that's the reason I don't think I do SEC Media Days any longer.
But fine.
Guess what? That's for the next 22-year-olds to do.
Exactly right, man. Go and live your dream, man. Go and get it done. Progress. That's what it's what it is all about, right? Seeing progress and moving in the direction you want to. Like we had Joe Virgin River in here the other day. He's progressing. He's moved down the hall and he's doing really well.
Joe Virgin River.
That's the greatest name of all time. But you're seeing progress at home, and that you kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I said my wife was teetering, and what I am now seeing, the discussion we've had is what is going on with run-of-the-mill Democrats. And we see them post on a regular basis that they're leaving the Democrat Party. You know, the walk-away group.
Yeah.
What I am now starting to see, because I had this discussion with my wife, and so much of it was centered around Charlie Kirk. The violence for regular people who are Democrats. Because I'm telling you, like, my wife's not a fanatic. My wife is just kind of, hey, I grew up as a Democrat. I think I'm Democrat. Here's what it is.
Yeah.
The violence now has her to a point where when I brought up the shooting in Dallas with ICE, as much as I thought I was going to get an eye roll, she looked at it as, really, again? Like, you guys can't stop this? It's encouraging to see the run-of-the-mill regular Democrat, the one we talked about, the Bill Maher, classic liberal, I believe in the Constitution, I believe in the Bill of Rights, I believe in free speech. And when you see the violence that's coming from the fanatical left,
and he's pointed it out specifically.
And he's pointed it out. Yeah. He's like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Well, how are you not canceling this? I think you're now starting to see a lot of these people, whether it is they come over to our side or they stop voting entirely. One way or another, I'm seeing this in my own home play out of somebody who has looked at things in terms of, well, the left cares about the climate and they care about human rights. It's hard to care about human rights when you're shooting people.
Yeah, because the guy that shot up the ICE facility, and I know we've said this before, but I think it's worth saying again, he was an anti-gun guy, used a gun. He was going to save illegal immigrants from ICE, shot 3 of them. 1 of them has passed, and then wrote all that stuff on the ammunition. None of that adds up, dude. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Everything you say you're for, you just went in opposition of. And it's funny that you're making, or good, not funny, good that you're making progress in your house.
And by the way, I'm not trying.
No, I know. That's her seeing, yes.
This is my wife who is seeing what's going on, and she's disgusted by the violence. By the way, she hasn't not seen the Charlie Kirk video.
Good.
She has heard me describe it.
It's awful.
And that was enough.
It was awful. My son called me and he was like, Dad, I saw it, and I wish I hadn't.
And I'm telling you, it is so shocking that for anyone who then starts to dig a little deeper and mentally go down the road of, so these people, this is what they're now doing, and they represent my faction, my party, and what I keep trying to tell them is, no, they don't. Mm-hmm. And as soon as you ostracize yourself from that, the amount of people that I have seen online, and hopefully my wife gets there eventually, the amount of people that are enjoying themselves being a part of the conservative movement, where they go, I can be different within this movement, and I'm not ostracized. Because if you do not follow left-wing ideology, they attack you. It is a cult.
Dude,
it is very much a cult.
I muted Aunt Peg on social media a long time ago, as you might imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But just because it's crazy. She is not coming around. She doesn't talk about that. She doesn't even address the violence. But I saw an exchange with another of the aunts in the family.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And so I hadn't I hadn't muted them to this point, and did last night because of the discussion. They still don't get it, dude. It's still just as feverish as it has always been, and it's I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump.
Do you not marvel at the simplicity of what they're into without the nuance?
Dude, I had to mute another aunt. I was just like, I can't look at this. The ignorance is beyond anything. I just don't want to see it.
Like, I have a family member who is like this.
Yeah. But everything they post is that.
Same thing, okay? Now, love him to death.
Me too, and that's the thing. I love both of them.
I won't mute him.
Well, you're better than I.
There's a part of me that then ends up saying this. If you're so holier than thou, why don't you step up and take care of your mom?
Yeah, wow.
Because it all falls on my mom to do it.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that.
Hold on a second. If you're so holier than thou, if you're so telling everybody how it is, why don't you live the life that you're describing to other people?
Isn't it funny you brought? Think about what I said about the shooter. None of the things that they say they stand for did that action represent. Much like you're saying with the family member.
Why does it feel better for you to write 10 paragraphs on Facebook,
which nobody's gonna read, by the way? Nobody's reading 10 paragraphs on Facebook.
But you won't take your mom to the doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's alarming, man.
Why
it's crazy.
Is it better for you to rail about Trump, and yet you won't step up and take care of the person who has provided you a home rent-free?
That is, it's because it's easy, right?
Right.
It's
a
easy.
joke. It's a joke. Yeah. And that's why it's not worth my time on that stuff.
And that's why I muted. I just want to say,
think about it. If you had a family member you knew.
I got a bunch, man. Let me tell you. You can pick your friends, you can't pick your family.
I'm just saying, if you had a family member that you knew that mama was providing for to this day, where they were living rent-free under mama's wallet, and they're at their age, and they're ranting about what needs to go on in the world.
But not willing.
And you want to sit back and be like, you're not really part of this.
No, dude.
Stop.
Yeah. Don't tell me how good you are. Don't tell me how much more you know.
Yeah. I was like, the rest of us know the truth.
Yeah. Because your actions speak so much louder than your words. Your words are unimportant because your actions are so terrible.
And so that's the difference when it comes to my wife, where the level of violence is what I believe has her. I'm not saying she's coming over to our side. She's not going to start listening to the show.
But
she's listening more about what we're talking about.
She's having to pay attention. And I want to play you a clip that goes right along with this. And the MSNBC realizing in real time that the Dallas shooting was so bad for leftists and maybe people that hear it are going to go, oh my gosh, this is too much. I'm not going to associate with this. I'm not going to vote this way. They knew it was so bad as they read the details from this shooting. Listen.
This morning about that shooting at an ICE field office in Dallas. FBI Director Kash Patel just posted on X that investigators are learning new information about the suspect's internet history and what was downloaded on his devices. Let's get right to MSNBC national correspondent Rosa Flores and MSNBC investigative correspondent Mark Santia. What more are we learning, Mark, from the FBI director?
The director put out a lot. This has been a nonstop investigation. Basically, Kash Patel is saying the suspect downloaded a document titled, quote, Dallas County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management that contained a list of DHS facilities. The suspect also conducted multiple searches, according to Patel, of ballistics and, quote, Charlie Kirk shot video between September 23rd, September 24th. Back in August, the suspect searched apps that tracked the presence of ICE agents, and one of the handwritten notes recovered in the investigation said, quote, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Patel also said they have evidence to this point that indicates a high degree of pre-attack planning. They believe the suspect spent much time trying to figure this out. And they're still, we talked to officials this morning, the investigation on it continues at this point.
And there's new information about the shooting itself, right?
Absolutely. ICE officials said that when the barrage of bullets opened up in that Sally Port, that ICE officials, ICE officers, they were able to grab detainees. There were 8 to 10 inside the van. They were able to pull some to safety. Obviously, 3 people were shot. 1 passed away. But that is some of the new information we're learning today. So, again, this investigation is really evolving today.
Dude, the ICE agents were saving the detainees from a deranged shooter that said they were there to save the detainees.
Who had already been watching the Charlie Kirk video.
Dude.
And had already been plotting and planning, who had been using, and we talk about why these people wear a mask. And, of course, Gavin Newsom, we're not allowing that in our state. The reason why is because they're being doxxed on a regular basis.
And their family, too. Not just them.
And this particular shooter was downloading apps in order to ascertain where they were located at.
And at this point, my understanding and what I've read, that Apple still hasn't taken that app off the App Store. That still exists. You could still get it today. So he's looking at lists of facilities. He's looking at Charlie. We just talked about how terrifying.
It's awful.
That video is. This dude's watching it almost like it's an encouragement.
Yeah.
Like he's gaining some
Let me see what happened here. I can duplicate that.
I'm going to be inspired by this. And then he said, maybe we'll inflict real terror on those ICE agents. Dude, you can hear the dude as he's reading it, the correspondent on MSNBC going, this ain't good.
No.
This ain't good for us.
Like, there's no way to hide this.
That's exactly right. There's no way to hide this.
And so when people like my wife, who typically vote Democrat, are reading this, seeing this, watching this.
Because she doesn't have a violent bone in her body.
All she can do is say, hey, maybe he's right about them being nuts. Maybe that husband of mine is actually onto something here.
That's right. He does do a show 5 days a week about various topics around this.
And it's different. When I worked in sports, she listened on a regular basis. She doesn't listen to the show on a regular basis. But now that she hears me talking around our friends, our neighbors, because as the show's grown, they're much more adamant about asking me about different matters. The more she's now looking at me and going,
well, if they're asking.
Yeah, I think maybe I should be asking. It's like, he might be onto something here.
Seems like it. We're glad that you're here, 404-741-1230. Now that you're on to the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 as a whole. Coach Derek Dooley wants to introduce himself to you, and he is campaigning to replace John Ossoff and would like to have your vote next on Extra 106.3.
If you love 106.3, then you'll love the all-new Extra 106.3 app. It's loaded with replays of your favorite shows like The Morning Extra and The Kimmer Show. Podcasts from conservative voices across the South. And access to Extra's crystal clear live stream from anywhere in Georgia. Grab it now for Apple or Android.
If you are tired of calling big companies during a exterior remodel, just being on hold, transfers, talking to automation that's terrible, no answers, and then, your siding's being torn off, you're left there hanging, trying to get this job done, and it just seems incredibly difficult. Southern Exteriors, they can stop the chaos. Every job gets its own dedicated project manager. Then have a foreman on site, not a sales rep, not a part-timer, not somebody that's actually working on the job, somebody that is there to supervise and be the person you talk to, ask questions to. One expert, one number from start to finish. They know your project inside and out. 10 years of hands-on experience. They answer your call. No corporate runaround, no getting bounced around, no digging for the right number. One project manager, zero stress. Siding, roofing, gutters, windows, doors. Done right the first time. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I'm looking for a reliable vehicle, something for the family, but also for my daughter who's going to be driving soon. Why should I call you?
The main thing is you get to see it's a full transparency sale. What I like to do is show you the whole gamut, show you everything that's out there and everything that's available. I can get any make, any year, any model.
Financing. If I need to use it, what can you offer?
We have some of the best banks available, and we got rates starting at 4.99 from a 23 model and above. It could be a 14 model. We still have banks that will do all the financing for you at good rates, and they're primary banks. If you have credit issues, we still have banks that can accommodate those issues as well.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
While fall temperatures are cooling down, the action in the stadium and on the field is really heating up. If you find yourself in hot water from too much celebrating during the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds for those in the bends to those who celebrate action between the hedges. At A Second Chance, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite, if there's fire, you can grill. At Southern Thunder Barbecue School, our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick-cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. It's a hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbarbecue.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Friday, September 26th. Former state representative Misha Maynor says she's running for state school superintendent because parents want transparency, saying, "I'm definitely a strong advocate for school choice. I prefer to call it parent choice. At the end of the day, it's parents making a decision." Maynor left the Democrat Party to join the Republican Party as a representative over the same issue. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport has lost over $37 million in FAA grants due to DEI programs. The money was going to be used for restroom improvements, taxiway pavement replacement, among other projects. Budget-friendly Spirit Airlines is going to furlough 1,800 flight attendants, including 300 here in Atlanta. as it struggles to reorganize under bankruptcy protection. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger made his first Metro Atlanta campaign stop in his quest to become the next governor of the state of Georgia. He downplayed questions about whether his path to victory is limited because of Donald Trump's early endorsement of Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, saying his path is the same as it was in 2022, and that worked out pretty well. Speed, workforce alignment, taxes, and energy infrastructure now define the best states for doing business, and for the 12th year, Georgia has been named #1 state in America for business by Area Development Magazine. Today's weather, 55% chance of rain, and you can expect a high of 80. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're delighted to have Derek Dooley in the studio, man that is running for U.S. Senate here in the state of Georgia. And as we start talking, how do you want us to? Can we call you Coach?
I know we were asking that.
No, how do you want to be addressed?
I've been called every name in the book, so
and answered to several of them.
Me. That's right. But yeah, certainly not your typical political candidate for sure. 3-decade career in coaching.
Yeah.
So you can call me whatever you want. I just appreciate y'all having me on.
Oh my gosh, you're always welcome. I'm thinking coach is the way to go.
Well, let me ask you about that. Let's start right there, because the history now of college football coaches, especially in the South, and then even into Tom Osborne for years. The name recognition goes a long way, but it's almost a matter of, hey, he grew up around us. He grew up around what this culture is like. He gets our culture. That seems to go really far when it comes to landing some of these political offices.
Well, if you think about what a coach does, I mean, he spends all day, every day really trying to develop, create opportunity and a better impact for young people. I mean, we're in the young people business, and so the beauty of it is it doesn't matter what your race is, what your income level, what your religion, what your politics. None of that mattered. You were just really working hard. You met with groups from all walks of life, trying to build trust, trying to inspire them in a better way. And so you developed a level of trust to have their son come to you, and you had to earn it every day to not only develop them to be a better player, but also to come out of the program as a better person, a better dad, a better father, a better citizen. And so it does translate. It's maybe we don't know politics, but we do know people. And I've been on the ground 28 years with the people, and I feel like I can connect with all groups, and it's one of the reasons I'm running for U.S. Senate.
But I would say, Coach, that's the biggest strength that you have is not being a politician. I think people respond to that. I think when people hear politician, they automatically go, I don't know if they're in it for the right reasons, you know. And look, I think there's a lot of people that go to D.C. probably with good intentions, and money is the most corrupting thing. As a faithful guy, I you know, the good book talks about, you know, money and power and just the things that corrupt people. And that's the thing that I think you have going that maybe a lot of people running don't, that you're not a politician, that's not what you've done your entire life. And you see, well, you even said it, the reason you jumped into this race is because where is our country headed? You know, and to have somebody that's a coach, not a politician, say, I want to be at the helm, I want to right the ship. That's got to be a feather in your cap, I would think.
Well, I made the comment that if you're happy with the way D.C. politics is going, if you're proud of it, then I'm probably not your guy. I'm going to tell you right now, because I'm very disappointed. You know, leadership matters to me. And I was raised around great leadership. I had a great mentor in Nick Saban. I worked for Nick Saban for 9 years, and you learn a lot about leadership. And I've been frustrated over the last, you know, certainly in the previous administration, where I felt like our country was getting driven off a cliff. And I'm looking around wondering where the leadership is. And I do, to your point, I think that too many people go up to D.C., they stay too long, they get too little done, they make too much money, and they really become more concerned about their political careers than serving the people that sent them up there in the first place. And I do think they get intoxicated with the power, and they get more concerned about getting reelected. And what happened is you lose that moral courage to do what's right. A great example of great leadership to me is Governor Kemp here in Georgia. And I look back at COVID, and during those tough times, he stood there in the face of a lot of criticism and opened up our state. He opened up our parks. I can't tell you how many people I've met during this process going, thank God for Governor Kemp, he saved my business. And it takes a lot of courage, and that's what leadership is. And I just think we've gotten a little bit disjointed in D.C., and the only way we're going to fix it is to send some different kind of people up there.
Derek Dooley is our guest. He's running for Senate out of the state of Georgia, and I think that's an important factor. Whenever we have talked to so many people that now represent us, what has now changed? It used to just be the political class, as you bring up, career attorneys, and again, nothing just wrong with attorneys, but that's typically what was going on. Now it's people that have been pharmacists. It's people that have been coaches. It's people that have owned private industry. These, I believe, is a better representation of what is supposed to be a representative of me, especially in the state of Georgia, where we're voting 57, 58% Republican, and we do not have any sort of representation in the Senate right now for us.
Yeah, and I think what also goes with that is, when you really look back at when our country was founded, it was designed to where people had these long careers and developed experience. And I've been fortunate not just to be a football coach. I was a lawyer. Don't hold that against me. But I actually,
sure, absolutely.
I'm already getting suspicious.
I know it. I went to law school at Georgia, and I started a career here in Atlanta for a firm, Nelson Mullins, Riley and Scarborough. I only lasted a year and a half before I got called to do the other, but I was also an athletic director while I was a head coach. And, of course, I've been a head coach at 2 places. And so a lot of experience that you can translate. And then it was sort of designed to where you accrue all this experience and then you want to go serve and give back. And that's what I want to do. I want to do it the right way. I'm going up to D.C. not because I want to have some career. I had a great career. I'm going there to get somebody up there that represents Georgia values, what people of Georgia want, and that are going to put the people first.
God, man, that makes my heart beat strong for sure, being born and raised here in Georgia. When I was in the Navy, I served in the United States Navy, and I couldn't wait to get home to Georgia. I would never even change, like I was stationed down in Florida, they have no sales tax. I wouldn't even change my home residence to be able to avoid the tax. I was like, I'm not giving up my Georgia driver's license. This is where I'm from. This place means something to me. So when you say Georgia values, that hits me square. But I want to ask you about the leadership that your father gave you. Obviously a coworker of ours was his quarterback. Buck Bellew works down the hall, and they won a national championship together. And your dad was so important to so many people in the state. And I know you carry that last name with such pride, and you should. What would your daddy think about you running for office?
I think he would be proud of me. He actually considered running at one point.
Okay.
He was very close to doing it. I look back and I'm glad he didn't, because one of the great joys that I've had over the last 7 weeks is I get in my truck and I drive all over the state and I'm meeting with people, community leaders, business leaders, law enforcement, and it's amazing how many of them have a story where they met my father. And it's always positive. And the investment he gave back to this state for over 50 years, and he did it in a way that it was a level of class, respect for all people. There was no divisiveness and demeaning and judgment of people. He had such a respect for everybody, work ethic. It was incredible what he did, and I'm proud of it. I'm really honored to be fortunate to have a father like that. And I'm hoping I can continue his legacy of service to this state by representing this state in Washington.
Derek Dooley is our guest. He's going to be running for Senate out of the state of Georgia. And I want to follow up with that, because you're right. When people speak about your father to this day, like my wife's a Georgia grad, and it's always, this is my coach, and this is who it, and it doesn't matter if there was a tough season, that stuff goes away. But when you've been a coach, obviously, in the SEC, and things have gotten like hyper intensive, does that help ready you when you go to Washington and know that no matter what you say, oftentimes half the country's going to hate you? Even if you're doing the right things, half the people are going to be saying, that Derek Dooley.
Well, when I was looking into this, a lot of people who didn't really know much about me, they said, you're going to get criticized. And I said, well, have you ever been 5-7 3 years in a row at Tennessee?
and I got some experience here.
And following a mess that Lane Kiffin
That's right. Now, I will tell you, there's no criticism like political. It is very passionate. But certainly dealing with being in the public spotlight for 28 years, you probably develop a little understanding and mettle that most outsiders, I would say, don't have. You know, people who are in business and being very successful. The first time they get crucified publicly, you know, it probably affects them a different way. And listen, it affected me when I was younger. But you learn, you gain experience, you get a lot of humility. And listen, a lot of times I embrace a lot of the criticism because I listen to it. And I say, I always have this message of don't listen to how he's saying, listen to what they're saying. And you can learn a lot. I had actually at Tennessee, Clay Travis, who I think y'all know.
Yeah, he does noon to 3 every day.
So Clay does noon to 3. And Clay at that time was a local guy in Nashville.
Yeah, doing mornings in Nashville from
That's right, mornings. And, you know, huge Tennessee fan.
Yeah, big time ball.
Well, Clay, I mean, of course, you guys know Clay's pretty opinionated. He's not
when he does his radio show in Atlanta, he does it right here when he goes to Braves games.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, we've met him. Great dude.
Huge Braves fan, too.
So when I got to Tennessee, everybody said, you better, this guy's a bad guy. He criticizes you. And I'm just not like that. I give everybody a chance. Sure. I find the good in them. And Clay was very critical of me. I mean, he was rough on me. And people would come to me saying, why do you even, you know, we can't let this guy around. And I'm like, wait a minute. Because I would read what he said. Well, what he said, it wasn't made up. It wasn't false. He wasn't making things up. He was forming an opinion based on facts. And I'd say, you know, what he's saying really isn't that wrong. I mean, our defense does stink. I mean, he's got a point. What always bothered me with media was when they just made stuff up. And they were saying things.
Anonymous source, here's a quote, whatever it is.
Narratives that weren't true.
Or go on your late night show and make something up completely wrong that you know is wrong, get yourself suspended, and then try to claim First Amendment.
If you're telling me that my offense is 14th in the SEC in rushing, that's just what it is. Like, we've talked about that with Georgia last year. It's like, if you keep it within the bounds, everyone can handle criticism if it's based on factual information.
That's right. And I think that's the way we need to do it. And it's disappointing to me when people just make things up, they know they're not true, and they're doing it just to cause a stir. But that's, you know, you have to sort of stay above the fray. And I'm just not one of those guys that likes to be divisive and to, you know, make fun of people or get angry at people. I just think you listen to it and you move on, and over time, people ultimately want somebody that's going to be a little more statesman-like and have some class and have some consistency in their character.
Derek Dooley is running for Senate from the state of Georgia and will be in the primary. You'll have an opportunity to vote for him. Have you caught back up with Clay Travis now that he's doing politics? And have y'all had a chance to, I mean, obviously letting the old Tennessee days go because he's a big Vols fan?
Hold on, Derek, he took a bad loss to Georgia the other weekend. I don't think I've ever heard Clay Travis that sad on a Monday doing a radio program.
It was like Atlanta after the meltdown of the Falcons. It was
like,
that kind of thing.
Well, I will tell you, we've actually become great friends.
See, that's awesome.
And so when I left Tennessee, when I was asked to leave Tennessee, and I started coaching at the Cowboys.
Oh, we'll get into that.
Yeah, and then
Cowboys, man.
Oh, good. Well, a couple of years into the Cowboys, this is when Clay made the decision to go out on his own and
Outkick going, correct?
Start Outkick the coverage. Mm-hmm. It was a novel thing at that time, and we connected. And he wanted to do his first long form interview. This is really when long form started coming of age, and I didn't even know. And he wanted to come to Dallas and talk about my 3-year Tennessee experience. Really put a bow on the whole and do a deep dive. And so he came and we sat in my house and did literally a 2-hour show on his phone. I didn't know what he was doing, but. I take a lot of pride in the fact every time I see him, I said, you know, his first interview when he went out on his own was me. And of course, he's had a remarkable career. We've become good friends. And, you know, he's a smart guy and he's got a legal background. He's very engaged in sports and politics. And, you know, and of course, he's got strong opinions, which that's kind of what you need in the media, and so
especially to cut through.
I'm actually going to see him Saturday. He's coming to the Bama game. Okay. His son's a big Bama fan,
Okay.
So we're going to try to hook up at a tailgate.
Okay, well, that'll be fun.
All right, let me ask you about that, because that's one of the strengths of this radio station. We do a longer form of interview, and we're going to spend the remainder of the hour, and our audience listens for a long time. I think one of the disservices that we have in this country, especially when it comes to cable news, it's here's 3 minutes, and there's not a whole lot of content, and you don't find out a lot about people. I think when you get that 30 minutes, that 2 hours, it's a chance to really show everybody what you're about, and then lay out your convictions and say, if I'm the guy for you, great. If I'm not, I've made my argument.
I agree. I think one of the hardest things for me in this process is, you get on the radio or TV and you got, I guess 8 seconds to give an answer to some very complex questions. And so I'm always worried about stepping on some landmine that can just derail your whole campaign, because a lot of times you don't really get a feel for a person and what's really in their heart without sitting down and having some follow-up and not being rushed and not trying to have this perfect soundbite, because a lot of the problems in our world can't be solved in a soundbite. And you really got to get a feel. There's a lot of nuance. And if we're being honest, everybody doesn't have all the answers to everything, but if you know where they stand in their heart, you know they're going to work toward that answer with other people. And so I'm a big fan of long form. I try to. It's just so hard for me, time-wise. That's the biggest challenge. You have to kind of pick and choose. But there's not many interviews that I haven't listened to where I don't come away with a real good feel for what that person stands for.
When we continue, I want to ask you a question about those hard discussions that you have to have with people. How do you keep it polite and civil, especially in light of the way the world seems to be trending and the country seems to be trending? We'll talk about that with Derek Dooley next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, September 26th. The Atlanta Braves will close out their 2025 season this weekend at Truist Park as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Former and current Atlanta Brave Charlie Morton will make the final start of the season on Sunday. He is expected to retire after the conclusion of the season. Chris Sale will follow behind Morton on the mound as they conclude the year. From the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks now 3-1 after a last-second 52-yard field goal beats the Arizona Cardinals 23-20 last night on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they will look to get back to 500 this weekend as they host the Washington Commanders on Sunday. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
So you got the baseball season come to an end. We're in football season fall.
Hey, Atlanta's front office Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers. And what does Howard Brothers have on a regular basis? Well, they have Kawasaki parts when it comes to taking care of your equipment. Everything runs better with Kawasaki parts. Whether you're tuning your outdoor gear, putting on new blades, swapping out oil filters, Kawasaki parts deliver the performance and reliability you need to stay ahead of the game. This season, keep your machines running strong with Kawasaki parts, because in the game of maintenance, quality parts make all the difference. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Kawasaki and with Howard Brothers.
Need advice on getting things fixed up around the house? No matter how big or small that project is, we've got your answers. Listen to us on the All Four Seasons Home Show presented by the Trusted Toolbox. Join Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows, and me, Chris Lalamia, your favorite handyman from the Trusted Toolbox, as we tackle all the issues, fixes, and honeydew projects around your home. Join us every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. or grab the podcast anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, Atlanta Braves
Braves fans, this is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Atlanta Legends are only on Extra 106.3 with the one and only Kimmer on your ride home every afternoon.
You got MSNBC's Chris Hayes, among others. You got AOC.
Coming up.
Both posted and talked about when Tucker Carlson was fired by a private company, Fox, under the Biden administration. That was A-OK because you can't get away with saying bad things. You can't get away with it.
He was punished for saying bad things, that damn Tucker
Jimmy
Carlson.
Kimmel does the exact same thing for years. He finally gets fired by a private company, which is totally in their rights, has nothing to do with free speech. And the same Chris Hayes, the same AOC, screaming for the rooftops is an attack on free speech.
I know.
It's the Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Our guest this morning running for a U.S. Senate seat in the state of Georgia, Derek Dooley.
I'm holding off on the sports questions for a few more minutes.
Well,
we still have some more policy things we need to get into.
Specifically the cowboy questions.
We'll get into the real stuff later.
All right. They're really important stuff. No,
everybody's yawning right now. Can we get to the meat, the red meat?
I just grew up as a Cowboy fan. I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, and I was in Dallas, Fort Worth for school. And my parents, I didn't get it at the time. When I was like Pee Wee football, they always made me wear number 12 because Roger Staubach was their guy. And so, I only have one Cowboy question to get into, but not yet. It's just one.
I want to ask you about making hard decisions and having hard discussions, because right now in America, it seems like a really difficult thing to do, because you talked about being polite, being a statesman. And I hate to reflect back to a couple weeks ago. Charlie Kirk was a statesman. He was polite. He told people that didn't agree with him to come to the front of the line. And we all obviously know what happened to Charlie's terrible. So how do you balance that, Coach? How do you be that statement? How do you be that polite person when it seems the other side has no interest in being polite or civilized, even in some cases?
Well, I always go back to the line, be the change you want to see in the world. I mean, I think it was Gandhi who said it. And, as a coach, you're working with families and people who, like I said earlier, they come from all walks of life. And many of them don't look like you, think like you, act like you, talk like you. but that doesn't mean there's not some commonality. And, you know, I don't know if you guys remember the book To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, sure.
That was back before you had Cliff Notes and Chat GPT and all that. You actually had to read the book.
We're old enough where that was like required reading for us.
But the Atticus, I think, what was his name? Let's
Atticus
see.
Finch?
Yeah, Finch, Atticus Finch. But he had this great line, I've never forgotten it. Don't ever judge a man until you walk in his moccasins. Moccasins meaning his shoes. And there's so many people that people are quick to judge. And we've never really walked in their shoes and tried to understand what's causing them to think like this or act like this or talk like this. And so I've always just tried my best to try to understand people. It doesn't mean we're always going to agree, but if I can engage in a way that they respect, then even if we leave in some kind of disagreement, there's usually a level of mutual respect. And I think our country can learn a lot from the locker room. Dan Lanning sort of made that comment one weekend, and it resonated with me. You know, in the locker room, there's a lot of differences. I mean, there's some hard discussions, and people get upset at each other over a lot of things. But there's some common ground. We're part of a team, and we're working together. And ultimately, if there's some mutual respect, that we tend to go forward. And I think sometimes we forget, you know, we think we're on two different teams. I don't see it that way. We're all Americans. We're all on the same team. Maybe we have an offense and a defense that gets a little chippy with each other sometimes, but we can't forget we're all on one team, and we need to work together to solve these problems. And it's not easy, but it always starts to me with leadership. And when leadership has that mentality, I think it's going to trickle down to the people.
Derek Dooley is our guest. He's running for Senate right here in the state of Georgia. This particular seat is considered the most vulnerable seat in the country as of now. The amount of money that is coming from Republican PACs and a lot of the backing really looks like if you get through the primary, you're going to have a lot of wind at your back. Has that been kind of the view of how this race is looking?
It's an important seat if you believe, well, I guess for both sides it's an important seat because the Republicans have a 53-47 margin. It's the only seat in America where an actual incumbent you have an opportunity to flip it. And I can just tell you all the things that sort of pulled me out of coaching happened back after 2020. The things that I was seeing in this country that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. I think of some of the lawlessness that was going on, the government overreach and censorship. I think of what happened at the border. I think of the inflation. All those things represents Jon Ossoff because he rubber stamped it. He voted 98% Biden. He's, of course, resisting everything that's going on now. And it's very important that we stay disciplined and focused on his record because he's a great politician. He's going to say a lot of things in Georgia that seem like, it's okay. But if you look at what he does in Washington, it's completely different. And so we can't lose sight of what he represents. But to flip that seat is not going to be easy because they do have a lot of money, and he's a good politician.
Derek Dooley, the guest this morning on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10. What about the violence that we're seeing, shooting up ICE facilities, killing a political assassination, which we've not seen in years and years and years? Derek, if you win this seat in the U.S. Senate, how do you tackle this? Because there's some people, I know we're all Americans at the end of the day, but some of these people, I mean, they've been going to Cuba to learn how to overthrow the government. There's organizations out in Salt Lake City that we've discussed on this show. And those people don't want to be Americans. They don't want to see America thrive. Those are the people that I'm concerned about. People like Bill Maher that get brought up a lot because he's a classical liberal, believes in freedom of speech, believes in the Constitution. You can have discussions with people like him. You may not agree, but you can have discussions. Some of these people do not love America the way that we love America. How do you tackle that issue?
It's a great question, and I think first of all, there's a couple of layers to it. Number one, there's a lot of bad people out there. And if we know they're bad people and they're committing crimes and they're sowing chaos, we need to get them off the streets. All right, that's number one, and that starts with law and order. I made the comment of when did it become okay that you can walk in your city and it's okay to feel unsafe. It shouldn't be. And so back in law and order and having some accountability for people who do things wrong instead of just keep throwing them out on the street, that's number one. I do think that we have a serious mental health crisis in our country. When I think back to when I was young, I mean, we had institutions and places where people who were really struggling mentally could go to get help. Now, certainly, I'm sure those institutions weren't perfect back then, but they closed them all down. And so now it's when people have serious mental issues, there's places they can go temporarily, but they're not going to get fixed in a month. And so what happens? Well, then they're either out on the streets or they're in jails who are not equipped to handle it. And so we got a real segment of society that we need to address as a government, and that's part of government's job, keeping people safe. And so all the things that we need to do to keep our people safe, we need to do it. Now, look, there's also these awful actors. I mean, let me tell you, I was talking to a Secret Service guy learning about this dark web. You always hear about this dark web.
Very ominous.
But these are the lowest life forms. I mean, it's like Satan in this world. And so the more we can do in our country as government to try to peel back the layers of who's involved in this stuff and getting them contained to not allow some of these events to happen, we have that responsibility to our people.
Coach Derek Dooley on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. DooleyforGeorgia.com is the website if you want to learn more about the coach and his quest to unseat Jon Ossoff. He's got to get through the primaries first, but then unseat Jon Ossoff. That's how you find him. When we come back on Extra 106.3, we'll talk about how many FBI agents in plain clothes were in the crowds at January 6th and what the word Nazi means in America in 2025. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
In my choice of topics for commentaries, I try to keep my loyal listeners just what they need to do to avoid being racist. And in going through some files last evening, I discovered a key element, what you can do to not be racist. And that would be stop speaking English. Because, of course, English is racist. There was a professor at Penn State, now teaching somewhere else, thankfully. I mean, for his sake, thankfully. He taught English at Penn State. And his immediate superior, Liliana Nadan, and you ought to see her picture, adopted the view that white supremacy exists in the English language itself, and that therefore the English language was racist. And this meant that professors and instructors at Penn State had to attend anti-racist workshops, including one that was entitled, White Teachers Are the Problem. When this one English language teacher complained, he was told that there is a problem with the white race and he should attend anti-racist workshops until he gets it. And he might have mental health issues. One of these anti-racist workshops even included the book White Fragility, Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Race. Why it's so hard for white people to talk about race? Well, maybe I have a clue, a hint. Maybe it's hard for white people to talk about race because then you get called a racist. And for this, your children will stack up mountains of student debt. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox on Football. I'm Jared Max. Through the first 3 weeks of the NFL season, there are only 6 teams with perfect 3-0 records. 2 of these teams square off Sunday in Tampa, Florida, where at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the Buccaneers will host the reigning Super Bowl champion Eagles. Former Bucs Super Bowl quarterback Tom Brady will be back at Raymond James Stadium in the Fox broadcast booth with Kevin Burkhardt. In the late window of Sunday games, the 3-0 49ers will be home to face the 2-1 Jaguars on Fox TV, which will also broadcast the 2-1 Rams at home against the 3-0 Colts. The 3-0 Buffalo Bills home Sunday against the 0-3 Saints. Buffalo favored to win by more than 2 touchdowns. The 3-0 Chargers visit the 0-3 Giants in New Jersey. Sunday morning, the first NFL game ever in Ireland, the Vikings versus the Steelers in Dublin, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Sunday night, Micah Parsons returns to Dallas now as a member of the Packers to face the Cowboys. Jared Max, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
News. President Trump just posted that on Truth Social about the FBI director he fired in 2017, the morning after James Comey was indicted. The president also wrote that Comey told a very serious and far-reaching lie for which a very big price must be paid.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump.
Comey posted that on Instagram saying he's innocent. Let's have a trial. He'll surrender today and be arraigned next month.
Comey faces a 2-count indictment, including charges of giving false statements and obstruction of a congressional proceeding. Both alleged crimes relate to Comey's testimony during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing back in 2020, which focused on the investigation into ties between Russia and President Donald Trump's 2016 campaign.
Fox's Chanley Painter. Democrats condemned the indictment. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called it a disgraceful attack on the rule of law. FBI Director Kash Patel just posted on X accusations the FBI is politicizing law enforcement come from the same bankrupt media that sold the world on Russiagate. We're learning more about Joshua John, the gunman who shot at an immigration enforcement facility in Dallas, Texas Wednesday. Investigators say he planned it for months and targeted agents. And ICE Associate Director Marcos Charles says John also had been tracking them using apps.
The media has been amplifying these apps even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement.
No agents were shot, but 3 ICE detainees were. One was killed, and then John shot and killed himself. President Trump's ready to impose even more tariffs on more imports. Posting on Truth Social, it'll be a 100% charge on pharmaceuticals, but drug companies building manufacturing plants in the U.S. to be exempt. He's also putting tariffs on some trucks, upholstered furniture, and household products like kitchen cabinets and bathroom vanities. And in a few hours, he'll leave the White House, go to New York to attend golf's Ryder Cup that's already underway this morning. Americans versus Europeans. America's listening to Fox News.
Allie Dwyer and her 3 sons lost their hero, Stephen. Serving our country in the United States Army was Stephen's calling, and flying helicopters was his passion. Stephen was killed in a Black Hawk helicopter crash over the Mediterranean Sea. Thanks to friends like you, Tunnel to Towers provided his family with a mortgage-free home, giving them security and hope in their darkest hours. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for trusting us for good conversation, good debate, good discussion.
I have to move.
I know. I was going to bring that up, and I don't know if most people want the EBGBs at 8:03, but
8:03 in the morning.
They might get it, Los. They might have to get the EBGBs anyway, because Los just showed me a video, and I love. He makes fun of me.
You're so creepy.
I know a little bit. I am a little bit creepy.
This is the part of me that doesn't understand you.
I know.
I think I understand a lot of you, and I agree. I am in agreement with like 95% of Tug. Just 5% I don't understand.
I just think snakes are cool, man. I think they're cool.
No, they're not.
Most people say that, and I understand why. I mean, that's the fall of man came because of snake.
He plays with snakes in the yard. When he identifies them as being non-venomous, he's like, "Oh, it's fun time.
Yeah,
let's
man,
go.
Let's go touch it, and see what it'll do."
Oh, look at this old snake. I can't wait to play with it.
Yeah, me and Jacob used to sit crisscross applesauce in the front yard, and just because we had this one black snake that always came by about once a year. We'd see him, and every year's longer, and he was so inquisitive about us. He'd lift up and just kind of look at us, and he'd make his way on. We didn't bother him. He didn't bother us. We're fascinated by him. However, this is very different because when Los showed me this video, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then he revealed something that I hadn't picked up on.
My neighbor sent me a video that just said 4:45 this morning, be on the lookout, look like it's headed your way. It's my next door neighbor. And it looks like a pretty sizable copperhead.
Yeah. On the Ring camera.
On his Ring camera.
Who he said was 4 feet off the ground.
It's on his back door. Like, I don't know what it got up on, but it slithered past his Ring camera.
And that's the only
hugged up against the Ring camera.
And that's all you can see is because you're watching it for a minute, there's nothing. And then all of a sudden, you see the slither across the Ring camera and it kind of ducks down below. And it's, it's a snake, so it slithers. And I was like, wow, that's cool. And then Los pointed out the pattern. And I was like, oh,
that looks like a copperhead.
That is not nearly as cool because I think snakes are cool. I ain't messing with no copperhead. Goodness gracious. This dude got that first thing at 8:03. He gets this. Here, look at this for a little bit.
He sent it to me. And I told him, I was like, well, now I have to move.
Yeah, or burn down the house.
And as he responded back to me, just to point out, he says he hasn't told his wife.
You better not.
He just said, I just said, keep the dog on a leash.
Yeah, don't let him roam around in the backyard right now. Maybe later.
He also pointed out, I had a king snake a few months ago.
King snakes are great, man.
I guess he moved on.
Well, but the thing is, king snake will eat that copperhead.
Yes,
man,
of course.
Take care of that. King snakes are wonderful, man. Gosh, they're the best. They will. They take care of all those venomous snakes and keep them away. But look, he's clearly been on vacation. He's been on fall break. That king snake.
Guess so.
He's down the beach with the kids. So he needs to get back and get on the job.
I wish I could just buy one and be like, here. Yeah. Take care of the yard.
That's right. You patrol here.
I'm still hung up on the ominous text, like it's headed your way.
Yeah, I know, right?
It slithers across his Ring cam and it's headed to
in your direction
and towards my yard.
Yeah.
And of course, because he has a dog, I have a dog, letting us know. But I also make this a point. Whenever I go to the back door, and we have off of our back door, we have an elevated deck, and so
you're in better shape than they are.
It's about 4 feet. His is on the ground.
Yeah.
His elevated deck is on the second story. So that's why I was like, that's got to be his ground floor.
Yeah.
To then kind of, and it's because we had a snake on the deck like the first week we were there, and I shoot it off.
Did your wife see it?
No.
Okay. Good.
And then I didn't tell her for quite a while.
Smart.
But if they happen to find, I don't know, giant ass copperhead snake in the backyard, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, that's going to be a disaster. So maybe
just go to the creek.
Yes, that's right. Y'all keep on.
We're in.
See that
the country they exist.
Yeah, the creek is going to be a nice resource for a copperhead.
Yeah,
there's going to be food there.
We don't go there.
Yeah.
The creek belongs to them.
Now, have it.
I do have, and I was told this by the previous owner. She was telling me, and she's a really sweet Southern lady. Mm-hmm. We have a falcon back here.
That's great. Cool.
And sure enough,
you saw it.
There's a huge falcon that nests in my backyard.
Falcon that eat a snake too.
That thing, I'm like, I need you to get on the hunt, brother.
Yeah. Are you not hungry? I mean,
come on. That's quite the meal.
Do you not need lunch today or tomorrow or next week? Could you not cut it in half and have 2 meals off of it? Like, what are you waiting on, Freddie?
I'm telling my neighbor right now, it's like, I need the falcon to eat it.
Dude, what's the falcon waiting on?
It nests in the backyard. It's a big falcon. Go eat it.
Yeah. This is your job, sir. This is why you were created. Please keep the circle of life going.
Right. The circle of life, the food pyramid, when it comes to the wild, you need to eat that thing.
So how do you address this with your wife?
Well, we don't.
But you don't even tell her about, hey, maybe keep the dog in today, or
I'm telling you, she wouldn't even go to our neighbor's house if I showed her that video.
Okay, yeah. Well,
I mean, again, my neighbor.
Your dog's in danger, dude.
My neighbor flat out said he hasn't shown his wife.
No, and he shouldn't. I'm just saying you kind of got to let them know a little something. That way they don't walk the dog in the backyard and run into said copperhead.
Well, I'm hoping that at 4:45 in the morning it's moved on. Right?
That's a logical way of thinking. Sure.
Or it's decided to take refuge on my deck. I don't know. So keep an eye out.
Right now, it's like it's going up the elevated patio or the elevated deck. It's going up at like a barbershop. What are those things that the barbershop called? Those little things that go in circles.
I don't know, that thing out front that looks like a candy cane?
Yes, that spins around and goes up. That's what the...
Do I tell my wife right now? I was like, keep an eye out when you let the dog out?
I think yes. That and don't tell her it's a copperhead. Just say, hey, neighbor Joey said he saw a snake in the backyard. Don't want the dog get bit. That's all. And let it at that. I don't think I would add anything else. No, the less detail, the better. Just don't put the dog in the backyard.
I mean, we had somebody who was doing some work in our yard, and they were like, big old snake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they tried to kill it, which I was like, hopefully it wasn't the king snake.
Yeah, don't kill the king snake, man. What are you doing? And it's illegal to kill non-venomous snakes. You don't want to do that anyway. I mean, they serve purpose, man. We like those guys. Those guys are handy-dandy. They're great.
Yeah, I mean, they eat all that.
Yes, exactly. Copperhead, and that's a different story, man. Those things just look mean. They look vicious. They look... Dude, the copperhead, I remember we were walking through next to a creek one time, and we were walking, and it was like a little, it was through like a park or something. We were in Tennessee, like playing baseball when Jacob was younger, and we just, had plenty of time during the day, so we went out and walked in, and sure enough, man, we walked in this creek, and there were some rocks in the creek, and the sun was shining down, so those rocks were probably good and warm, and there were 3 copperheads.
Oh.
And I was just like, oh, keep it walking. We ain't stopping here for no kind of reason.
I can hear Canada through the glass. I just hear him on the opposite side of the glass. Oh,
that was a loud retching
sound.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and dude,
I feel the same way.
They curl a particular way. They kind of look that weird flat, and their heads just pop up. They have a distinct look.
It slithered past his ring that's 4 feet in the air. There is no safety.
Burn the house down. I know my wife would burn the house down over a spider. I can only imagine, because she does not have the same interest in snakes that I do. She would burn that house down over a spider. I'm thinking if that were our Ring camera, our house would be on the market 35 minutes ago.
And just stuff you got to deal with.
And I'm talking a fire sale. We would lose money, and she would just get me out of here. I don't care.
I'm telling you, first week that we were in the new house, I had the snake on the deck. And again, it's like a 4-foot grass snake. All right. Like, it's harmless. I got it out of there.
Yep.
And then 2 days later, I have the white possum that's hissing at me.
Those things are so
I was
ugly.
like, come on, man.
They're
I'm like,
so ugly.
again, I'm yelling at my falcon friend. Falcon!
What? knocking on the tree. What are you doing?
I'm turning into, Peacemaker.
Yeah.
John Cena on HBO. I'm like, Eagly, go eat. Come on.
Get yourself a meal.
I was like, come on.
What?
I was like, that's a white possum? That's a small black snake. Eat away.
Yeah, Mama would argue with you over the possum. She'd want to feed it and take it in. And if she got a chance.
Falcons eat venomous snakes.
And got a chance, she'd want to pet it. Possums don't like that necessarily, but she's done it before. She's raised a possum from a small, tiny infant possum. Baby possum. Raccoons, squirrels, alligators.
Oh, man.
Snakes. We've had pets. We've had all kinds of pets.
I'm just reading up.
Falcons don't eat copperheads?
No, they will.
I figured they would.
So they'll eat rattlesnakes and copperheads.
Makes sense.
However, this is from AI, so you know it's official.
Yeah, that's right.
However, the hunt is dangerous.
Well, yeah.
And there must be specific strategies to avoid getting bitten during the struggle.
Yeah.
Because they are not immune to the venom.
Well, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, you probably have to sneak up behind it,
It points out that snakes are a menu item, not the main course.
Okay. All right.
Well, maybe that known to eat dozens of snakes.
That falcon's probably like, dude, you trying to get me bit? I don't want to eat that. Give me something else. I got a dead squirrel somewhere I can get at.
Just a dead squirrel. Got a dead squirrel.
It's right over there. I can get it at. It doesn't fight back at all. I mean, there's no chance of being struck. There's no chance of being bit. There's no chance of ending my life right now if I go at this dead squirrel. I'm good. If I go at this copperhead, I know it protects your home, and I want to do that. But understand my danger.
Understand.
I'm risk averse.
I recognize that this thing, if it hits me, It's not going to be good for a Falcon.
No.
Man.
It's going to be worse.
That's creepy. That thing it had some size to it, too.
That's right. It's going to be worse than the Falcon meltdown. That's how bad it would be.
All right, I'm creeped out.
I know.
All right, everybody.
Well, so
welcome to Friday.
Yeah, no kidding. And there's this new story out that the FBI, and the Blaze is reporting it, the FBI had 275 plain-clothes agents in the January 6th crowd. How many times have we asked this question? How many federal agents were in the crowd on January 6th? And Christopher Wray never answered the question. As a matter of fact, no one under oath has ever answered the question that I know of, that I can recall, that I've seen. And now all of a sudden, we know.
And it was very convoluted when Christopher Wray was asked this, because they would not distinguish the difference between assets and actual employees. Because there's a difference in, do you have people that are informants from the FBI that are in the crowd? Well, not going to get into that. But as we now know, if you're telling me that there was 1,000, 2,000 people there, let's say there was 2,000 people there, you're talking about now, when it comes right down to the numbers, 20% are feds, 20% are basically pushing people to do what they're going to do,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely, because we have
10,
plenty
20%?
of video. We have plenty of video of people saying, "Go in, attack." And that wasn't the people.
Huge entrapment.
And remember how many people were like, "This doesn't smell right."
No.
Don't listen to. Remember, there's a couple of Fed people were pointing.
Yeah, they're pointing out and saying
yelling.
there's Fed. Not only that, but the amount of people, and this is where January 6th was so advantageous for the Biden administration, because they were able to go after their political opponents. Not only was it a massive case of entrapment, but you also had Antifa that showed up and made it a point to, let's dress up like we're MAGA
hats and American
and
flags.
let's go get crazy on this thing. And so everyone who ended up in the case parading, where they just walk through an area, caught a case.
Including when the door was open and there were stanchions set up to do so. They were invited in. There's so much video of people being invited into the Capitol and walking around, shaking hands with the police officers as they walk by. This is some of the stuff that we've been talking about for a really, really long time. And when you think about driving down 400 a few years ago, for me anyway, you probably saw it at 75, 85, 20, 285, wherever you drive. I remember seeing billboards tracking down this person or that person wanted for January 6th violations. They made it a point. We want you to know. We want everybody to know.
We'll put it on the billboard.
That way, if you didn't participate, you don't know anything about it, you know to never question. You do not question.
We will show you this from 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away. We're on the lookout for this guy. Just so you know.
Don't you ever ask a question.
250 FBI agents.
Dude, that's I hate to say it like this, but it is the truth. The conspiracy theorists were right again. They were right on COVID. They were right on Russiagate. They were right on the Hunter Biden laptop. They were right on feds being in the crowd on January 6th. We knew it. We had the feeling. Everybody's talked about it forever and ever and ever. They've been asked. So many people have been asked under oath, and no one answered the question. Now, the Blaze said, yeah, 20% of the crowd was actually federal employees. Dude, this is so damning.
Well,
to the Biden administration and the left.
The number of people that were in and around the Capitol, numbers at 2,000 to 2,500. Now, the numbers that took part in the march all around D.C., which is what really scared the left.
Yeah, sure.
Is when you had somewhere closer to 80,000.
Yeah,
that knew something is wrong here.
Something doesn't smell right.
Something doesn't add up. You had the most statistically impossible election that has ever happened in the history of this country. And so by the time you get to 2,000, 2,500 at the Capitol, 250 are feds?
God, dude.
That's entrapment.
Of course it is. And
that was an operation.
It was an operation. We've always known it was an operation. We've always discussed it being an operation. And it was, the most important thing is we have the power. And don't you dare question us. We control the elections. It doesn't matter what you think you saw, you did not. And that's the message that they left with Americans.
That was the establishment taking this country back from you, the rubes, and then being told, if you dare question it, we're putting you in prison.
I just saw a tweet from, and I don't know who this is, but Adam Johnson, but he makes a really good point. They suspended Parler right after January 6th, talking about Apple in the App Store, because they said it was used to coordinate the protests. So they took that app off the App Store. But they leave the ICE tracking app in their stores so they can be used to coordinate attacks on ICE agents. Interesting. It's just such a great...
How that works.
Because I hadn't thought about Parler in, 5 years.
Remember, that was the, hey, this is the freedom one.
Yeah.
We're not going to censor you here.
Yeah.
And the government pressured Amazon to be like, take it off your servers.
Get that down. Yeah, that ICE tracking app is still up.
250 FBI agents and 2,000 people.
Dude, it's unreal. Does the violence on the left all fall on Obama? 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta Carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
Hey, Atlanta, let's talk about the Honest Car Guy. That's Tom, and by the way, you can always find him, honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com. What does Tom do for you? Well, first off, you give him the make and model of a vehicle you're in the marketplace for. And not only is he going to find it for you because he has access to everything around this country, but he's also going to give you a bill of sale. You're going to know exactly what that car is going to cost. And when you start making the comparison to going through a traditional dealership, this is where you're going to find out how many games get played against you. You're going to save thousands of dollars in this transaction. And what do you owe Tom at the end? Honest Car Guy fee, the honesty fee. That's it. That is what he's doing this work for you for. Tom always says it. If you're looking for a car between 1960 and 2025, he'll find it for you. He'll put it in your driveway within a couple of days. Might be for one day, might be 3 days if it's all the way across the country. One way or another, it's going to be in your driveway. Financing. He has a ton of banks that work with him in the area. That is not going to be a problem for you. Also, trade-ins, not a problem as well. If you're looking to move one of your old vehicles and get in something new, or you need to downsize, upsize, no matter what, Tom can help you out from there. Go to honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com. Or give him a call, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection, and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite. If there's fire, you can grill at Southern Thunder Barbecue School. Our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick-cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. A hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbbq.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Friday, September 26th. Former State Representative Misha Maynor says she's running for state school superintendent because parents want transparency. Saying, I'm definitely a strong advocate for school choice. I prefer to call it parent choice. At the end of the day, it's parents making a decision. Maynor left the Democrat Party to join the Republican Party as a representative over the same issue. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport has lost over $37 million in FAA grants due to DEI programs. The money was going to be used for restroom improvements, taxiway pavement replacement, among other projects. Budget-friendly Spirit Airlines is going to furlough 1,800 flight attendants, including 300 here in Atlanta, as it struggles to reorganize under bankruptcy protection. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger made his first Metro Atlanta campaign stop in his quest to become the next governor of the state of Georgia. He downplayed questions about whether his path to victory is limited because of Donald Trump's early endorsement of Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, saying his path is the same as it was in 2022, and that worked out pretty well. Speed, workforce alignment, taxes, and energy infrastructure now define the best states for doing business, and for the 12th year, Georgia has been named #1 state in America for business by Area Development Magazine. Today's weather, 55% chance of rain, and you can expect a high of 80. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Tony Segura, a guy you can follow him on Twitter, or X now. Big data pioneer, this is his bio. Intel Ops, CIA/NSA contractor. So a guy that's dialed in.
He's the one that during the run-up to the 2024 election was able to grab the data based off the cell towers and tell you how many of these people were typically bought and paid for in terms of if they're at a Kamala Harris rally, how many had they been to?
And it was multiple. It was like 3, 4, 5.
It's like, oh, these people, they've been to 4 of them.
Similar along these lines, he talks about GPS at January 6th on that day. 2,600. Now that we know that there nearly 300 FBI agents in the crowds, not just confidential human sources, FBI undercover agents, now that lid has been blown off. He says 2,632 mobile devices that day, present in D.C., January 6th, also present at 3 or more George Floyd, Antifa, or BLM protests and riots. If you take away the 3 or more filter, the data goes like this. 8,744 were present that day, at least at one George Floyd, Antifa, or BLM riot and protest. So now that the information is flowing, it's like the spigot is blowing up, and you've got something that Grok has said about it.
Remember, whenever you use Grok as an AI prompt, it's going to grab as much information as it has available from a number of cultivated websites. That's just how it works. It's a collection of human data based on what is out there. So when I asked how many FBI agents were embedded on January 6th, okay, we now know 250 in an event that had 2,000, 2,500 based on the estimates that were there. So we're talking 10% to 20% were FBI agents. Who knows how many were Antifa, by the way? Okay, with that being said, this is the answer I got from Grok. Claims about FBI agents, quote, embedded on January 6, 2021, often implying undercover operatives inciting the Capitol riot stem from conspiracy theories alleging federal orchestration of the violence. Official investigations, including a December 2024 Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General report, found no undercover FBI employees were present in the protest crowds or at the Capitol on that day. FBI Director Christopher Wray has repeatedly called such notions ludicrous, emphasizing the Bureau's supporting role in security and intelligence sharing, not instigation.
So that'll tell you how much you can depend on AI to give you valid and proper information.
It did go on to say the FBI did have 26 confidential human sources, paid informants, not agents in D.C. on that day.
Which Tony, the guy that we were just talking about, said, no. The numbers are much greater than that, and it's not just, that's not even counting the confidential human assets.
So the conspiracy theory tinfoil hats win again, huh?
Again, dude. Again. It's because we look at things and we say, okay, wait a minute. Let's do the math. What makes sense?
Yes.
What do you call Occam's razor, right?
Yeah, Occam's razor. The most obvious answer is typically the right answer.
And the more you look at things that happened that day, the more you go, well, that don't add up. That
feels like
sense.
Entrapment.
Yeah, it certainly does. Because I'll admit, day of, man, I was like, oh, this is embarrassing. This is terrible for our nation. This is awful. And it was, but little did I know in the moment, the second it happened, what was going on behind the scenes. That's actually what was awful for our country. That's what is embarrassing to our country.
I told you, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to be honest, right?
That's the truth.
So when that day occurred, I walked into work. And by the way, I had spent the better part of 3 months going, that was the biggest sham of an election I could ever imagine.
There's still 140,000 mail-in ballots unfolded that are questioned in court, but that case is still in the state of Georgia, not moved forward. No one's ever looked at them other than the people the whistleblowers that told us about.
I went to bed with Donald Trump getting to be president. I woke up the next morning with, it's amazing what has happened. Okay?
Unbelievable. It's
like, the statistically impossible has happened. We found 400,000 votes. And again,
what?
The numbers, it was just enough. All right, with all that being said, by the time we got to January 6th, and I'm watching the Capitol and all the craziness that's going on, where basically you have a whatever it is, it's a riot. It's a demonstration that turned into this, instigated by the FBI. I'm going to now just point that out. Now that my tinfoil hat has been
removed,
here's what happened. Antifa and the FBI working together in solidarity. By the time that happened, I walked past it, went and sat at my microphone on the sports station, and rolled my eyes and said, well, what do you think was going to happen?
When you steal an election.
And you put people through the biggest BS that COVID ever was.
Yes, that's right.
You told them to stay home. You told them they weren't important. You told them that their kids didn't go to school. You told them they couldn't open their business. Then you have an election that everyone said, wow, this is wrong. This is incredibly, for lack of a better term, asinine when you start going through the data of it. And then you're surprised that people actually show up to fight for their country. The only real patriots in the United States that day were the people that showed up on January 6th that were not FBI or Antifa.
That's exactly right. And on top of that, the most armed people, conservatives are the most armed people in the world.
We're the most armed people in the world, and
we brought zero weapons to overthrow the government.
They were like, this person was armed with a flagpole stick.
You can convince me of a lot of things. You can never convince me that someone went to D.C. to overthrow the government without a weapon.
Yes. Tell me about all the AR-15s in the crowd.
No.
Tell me how they opened up on everybody over there.
They didn't. That's the whole point. They didn't. Yet they wanted you. That's what the mainstream media, that's what ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, MSNBC, that's what they all ran. Look, Fox News, they all ran with it, knowing good well that it wasn't true.
250 FBI agents.
It was unreal.
After I was told, well, that's ludicrous.
Yeah.
It was. We had some confidential informants that were in the city that day.
We just needed to make sure that none of these crazy right-wing extremist MAGA crazies are going to overthrow the government. We had to have them there. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. This happens in banana republics, Los.
You looked at me
the first time you said it.
The first time I said this is operating like a banana republic, and you gave me this look of maybe that's too far. And then within a few weeks, you were going, maybe he's right.
and it's one of those things where you never want to hear it because the United States of America is the greatest country on earth. It's not even close. Nothing compares to it. And I've been around this world on a Navy ship. I've seen the worst, and I've certainly come home to the greatest. It's heartbreaking to hear what we were exposed to, what people did to us as Americans, and I mean all Americans. They did it to you too. Even if you don't agree with Donald Trump, even if you don't agree with conservatives, COVID, they did that to you too.
I think this should be a very good case study in what happens when you take back your government from the establishment. Republicans and Democrats, when you take back your government, when you install, for lack of a better term, a reality TV host, then you say you're in charge. There was no limit that they would go to take the government back from you, from regular Americans, from your vote.
Because you're not smart enough. They know better.
You took their power away from them. And so when I talk about system disruptors, you know, if Donald Trump was that much of a hardcore, he's a fascist, he's a wannabe dictator. Nazi. Yeah, that's why he went and got a Kennedy. All right, that's why he went and hired Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, like he went and got people from all over the political spectrum and was like, we need as many voices in this thing. And oh, by the way, what we have in common, we're all outsiders. We have all been attacked by this government or by our own parties.
Tulsi Gabbard was put on a no-fly list.
She was put under when she gets on a plane, we have to keep an eye on her. Because she had the nerve to go after Hillary Clinton in a debate. She was made an enemy of the state, basically, because she criticized Hillary Clinton in a debate. That January 6th is just the culmination of all this stuff.
That's right. But like it was the hope and the dream, right? It was how do we set this up? That way we can entrap people. That way we can blame them, and that way if we ever need to steal an election again, we will have them scared to death. Everyday Americans will be scared to death to show up in D.C. to protest. We even told people, do not go protest, man.
Yeah.
Because it didn't matter if it's downtown Atlanta. Do not go to a protest. Because they will wrap you up just like they did the January 6ers.
About the only thing that didn't happen on January 6th is you didn't have enough people that actually paid attention to the Founding Fathers and brought the Second Amendment with them.
Yeah.
They didn't do that.
No.
And why is there a Second Amendment? It's not for hunting.
Mm-mm.
It's for what happens when you have a tyrannical government.
Here.
January 6th was a tyrannical government.
Yes, it was.
And by the way, signed off on by Mike Pence as he's shaking hands like we got it back from them. That was the goal. So for everyone who, especially if you're a hate listener, you listen to this program and you're like, oh my God, I can't stand Donald Trump. Understand, they hate you too.
Yeah, see?
Okay, they hate me. They hate you too.
Yes,
I tell you all the time. We have about 85% of stuff we pretty much agree with. We'll have a beer and we might have some disagreements over whatever it is.
Which is fine.
But those people that are on the establishment of both ends want us to tear each other apart over that 15% we don't agree on. Like, that's their game. And they were so incredibly happy to put together this sort of operation because they hate you and they hate me because Donald Trump was running the show.
Barack Obama tweets or posts on X, Republicans can't win on their policies, so they try to dodge accountability by rewriting the rules. These lawmakers going out of their way to silence the will of the people and deliberately undermine our democracy.
This was a really good point that was made by Terrence Williams. I want to give him credit. over on X. And he pointed out what has occurred since the Barack Obama years and what it proliferated. Remember, part of the issue that you had with Rush Limbaugh in saying, I hope he fails, Rush Limbaugh also told everyone, if you criticize him, he's going to go to race, no matter what. And everything in this country is now going to go to race. And sure enough, the Republicans were like, well, I don't say a whole lot of things about him because then he's going to turn it into a racial thing. You're going after the black president.
Yeah.
Terrence Williams pointed this out. Before Obama's presidency, the following didn't exist. There was no ISIS. There was no caliphate. There was no Black Lives Matter. There was no Antifa. There was no war on police. These are all destructive when it comes to American society. And he borne all of it. Man. And so when he can sit back and as you point out with the tweet, well, they can't win on policy. They're not able to do that. I've seen your policy, sir. It's a reason why your own community has turned on you. That's why they call you Mr. and Mr. Obama.
Dude, he changed America, and not for the better.
Well, that was never the intention.
Right. That's exactly right. It was never the intention to make America a better place. I believe he despises the country. I believe. I
know his wife does for sure.
She's said as much. And he's a guy that, I mean, he's so hard left, man.
Wife.
And yeah, well, he's so hard left.
I'm joking. Am I?
That's right. Dude is so hard left. And I mean, that's what communists and socialists do. We're seeing it every day in America, what they do. And he certainly launched it all. When we continue on Extra 106.3, why a Democrat megadonor called the U.S. government under Biden the largest sex trafficking network in the world. We'll let you hear him in his words. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, September 26th. The Atlanta Braves will close out their 2025 season this weekend at Truist Park as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Former and current Atlanta Brave Charlie Morton will make the final start of the season on Sunday. He is expected to retire after the conclusion of the season. Chris Sale will follow behind Morton on the mound as they conclude the year. From the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks now 3-1 after a last-second 52-yard field goal beats the Arizona Cardinals 23-20 last night on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they will look to get back to 500 this weekend as they host the Washington Commanders on Sunday. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Experience luxury like never before behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac.
From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, you'll love shopping at their showroom conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery. Luxury is waiting. Experience it today at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's, and running a business is tough. Juggling clients, employees, cash flow. Why worry about IT? iTech Atlanta can keep your systems running securely and smoothly so that you can focus on your business. Minimize downtime and protect against cyber threats, all at a predictable, fixed, low monthly cost. For 25 years, iTech Atlanta has been helping businesses just like yours. They would love to manage your IT on time and under budget. Learn more. Visit iTechAtlanta.com. We manage your IT so you can manage your business.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A hero from Tennessee who saved a woman from a sinking car just in the nick of time makes today's Dean's List. Troy Plemons says it was timing and faith that placed him where he needed to be as he was traveling between job sites to grab some construction supplies. Troy saw a car in floodwaters sinking right in front of his eyes. He tried to reach the woman with a rope, but when that didn't work, he decided to jump right into the rising waters, smash 2 windows, and pull the woman to safety just moments before her vehicle was overtaken with water. Troy let the woman dry off and rest in his truck while he went back to try to help more stranded drivers in the floodwaters. Troy knew the woman was thankful, and a few days later, her son reached out to personally thank him for his heroic actions. Troy says he wouldn't have changed a thing and believes God was there to help him help others. Janice Dean, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Security concerns are freaking out lawmakers from both sides of the aisle in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Lawmakers feel there's little they or law enforcement can do, especially when they are so exposed to the public. Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly thinks about this after his wife, former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords, nearly died during a shooting at a supermarket in 2011. Minnesota Democrat Kelly Morrison says the Kirk killing has what she calls a chilling effect on the willingness of people to run for office. U.S. Capitol Police say they are on pace in 2025 to work through nearly 14,000 threat assessment cases. The force recorded just under 9,500 cases last year. Some lawmakers in leadership get a special Capitol Police detail, but most rank-and-file members do not. House Speaker Mike Johnson says that offering details for every single member is simply impossible given the enormous cost. Capitol security intensified after a gunman killed 2 members of the Capitol Police in 1998, and then there was 9/11. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
I need you to make me a promise here, Tug Cowart.
All right.
That in the next hour, we will have a guest in studio that is not only capable of hosting the show, but I hope that they're very smart, and I hope they have a baby on board.
Well, you'll get that. You're getting all those things.
Because I miss my Angela Morbido time.
She's the greatest. And she's been talking about the story out of Virginia.
Wild story.
Where young lady goes into the locker room. There is a boy there just watching the girls change. And obviously the girl leaves, brings it to the attention of the administrators, brings it attention to her parents. Basically, the administrators told her, change faster.
Yeah, deal with it.
Deal with it. That's what you have to put up with. And Angela has been talking about this story, and when she shared it, it got reposted by Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, Winsome Sears, who is running for governor because you can only do you can't do consecutive terms in Virginia. Per the Virginia law. Riley Gaines has reposted it, and probably by now, lots and lots more.
Well, and the attack that Angela caught, where you have both sides of that governor matchup in Virginia that tried to say what was really going on, like, this isn't how it happened, and the amount of people that immediately piled on, like, no, this is exactly what happened, because if it just comes down to having a discussion, especially for me with a guy with daughters.
Yes. Holy cow.
The insanity that is being pushed by the Democrats on that side. This is not about that 18, 19, 20%. This is about the middle in Virginia. In Virginia, largely purple at this point. It swings about 4 to 5% Democrat. But there's a middle there. Outside of Northern Virginia, which is basically, it's the D.C. area. It's where they all enrich themselves. But the rest of that state is looking for, give me somebody who's a middle down the road. Mm-hmm. And once you start talking about, hey, there's a boy in the girls' locker room and she complained about it, and you're told, we'll get dressed faster. Okay, that's not the middle anymore.
No, it's not.
And if you're advocating for that, it's not the middle.
And I'm curious, like, what is it that we don't know that's happening in Georgia that's similar? What are we up against? Are we dealing with things like this? Because it's impossible to believe that it's not something like this is not going on here.
And just to add on to this, and we'll get into this later next hour with Angela. Do you remember when I told you about the track athlete in California, A.B. Hernandez, and how he is a she and was dominating when it came to track? And I said, well, this is going to hit me soon enough because this player is also a volleyball player.
And now 8 schools have decided not to play against this person, right?
Right. And so the story now is out there of like, one school is brave enough to play it. Now, I will flat out tell you, I've watched this person play. They're not good. Okay? If they played against men, they'd be destroyed.
Of course. That's the way it always goes.
And when it comes to playing against girls, slightly better than average, but not like, oh my God, we got to plan around this person. So I don't look at them as being dangerous. This is more of, we're holding the line here.
Principle.
We're not playing against a biological male.
And I applaud those girls for being so brave.
California to Virginia.
Yeah. But those girls are so brave to say, I'm not doing that. That's actual bravery.
Now, you know I do love Ben Burnett. And you know that, like, Ben and I text one another. We don't even include you any longer.
Wow. Well, look at there.
We'll talk about business deals or we talk about college football.
Sure.
There's just stuff that goes on that goes down between Ben and I.
And he knows a bunch about both.
And we have now gotten to that point where, like, Tug, it used to be like Tug was a conduit. Now, Tug, you're not even part of it anymore. And I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I feel like I'm cheating on you a little bit, but that's what it is.
Come on now.
I'm just being honest about it. Remember?
You're very kind.
Not judging.
Just telling you the truth.
Telling you the truth. Just being honest about it. One of the things that I think that Ben misses on is that when you talked about to him how this entire situation when it comes to it's the sting gets taken out of it by calling it trans. It's not.
Yeah.
This is protecting women. And that resonates especially with one of the areas that Ben and I both were worried about in the 2024 election, suburban women. And the issue of having men in women's locker rooms, dressing rooms, it hits suburban women in a different way.
Yeah, it does.
And it's going to continue to be a factor because women should have their own places. I don't care if men get all upset about sorority. Can I be in it? No. Women should have their own stuff where they do their own thing.
But I think boys should be able to, like the Boy Scouts should be for boys.
Sure.
I think that's just fine. And now they've caved completely and they're just called the Scouts or something, some crap like that. And people are leaving in droves. People don't even participate. And being an Eagle Scout is such an honor. It is such an incredible thing. And now, like I read a story last night, which is fine. If that's what they want to do, I'm not supporting it. Boys should be able to have their own things too. But it is very different. It is very different in a woman's private space.
Yes.
Someone goes into the locker room with my wife. Someone were to go into a locker room with my mother. And heavens forbid, if I had daughters and there was a boy or a man in there with my daughters, I would not react kindly.
This is not a movie. I think part of the problem, and it's been part of female empowerment, and listen, I like these movies, okay? When you give me the Marvel movie and let me watch Black Widow kick the crap out of every dude around. All right, she's 110 pounds and he's 220.
That's a movie.
And exactly. Women should have their own spaces in the interest of safety and security. Because I don't care if he thinks that he's a woman. When he's 50 pounds bigger, we have a problem here. And that's not insulting to women at all. That's just biology.
No,
that's just the nature of the world.
But that's the problem.
Right, which is a complete ignoring
of biology.
Of biology.
That's exactly.
And so, yes, I do believe it. I know Ben kind of downplayed it with you.
He did.
But I think that that's still a factor because it's so fundamental that when you argue in an area that is, again, fundamental, where it makes sense to the flyover states, you get people to pay attention. They're like, I don't want no men in the women's restroom.
And who does?
I tell you what, go to anybody. I've done it one time, and I loved it. I would go back there in a second. Go to Iowa. Go ask some questions in Iowa.
There's some sweet folks in Iowa.
You're going to find out what like
people.
middle America, kind people think about a lot of this stuff. And when it causes them to do the dog head turn, that's when you know it's a factor.
But it kind of goes back to that Trump cut that we played earlier in the show when he said and he was talking specifically with violence. Quit pushing this, because at some point the right is going to react. These are kind, average, everyday Americans that have more guns than anybody else. And that's what he's alluding to. Stop, because they're going to react. Now, take that same logic with this conversation. Quit pushing so hard, because you're making everyday Americans, kind Americans, who can see the difference in men and women and understand the difference in men and women, and you're pissing them off because they're like, I'm not going to take this forever. We're not going to take this forever. It's like the bully, right? And he bullies the kid every day.
He took your lunch money for a week.
And then a little bit of Johnny decides, I've had enough. And what does he do? Lays the dude out in the lunchroom. That's the way it works. It's the way it almost always happens.
When I go to True Prep, I'm going to ask him for rat shot.
It is.
Because I've had it with the snakes.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
But the idea is, hey, you're armed. You know how these people are acting crazy. You'll put up with it for a long time. And then it turns into, listen, you don't want to fight here. You don't.
Yeah, don't do this around here. And I know there is a transgender teacher in a school in my area. I've just learned about this week. And it is causing, as you might imagine, some issue.
Stir?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Because parents all of a sudden are having to explain to their kids what's going on.
What age group, by the way?
Elementary.
Yeah, that's, again, I'm not saying you can't make a living. I'm not far from it. I'm like, listen.
I'm wrong. It's middle. It's middle school.
Okay.
Still.
I would still prefer that we were talking about a more mature student than a middle school or elementary school student. Now, but again, it's what your specialty is. It's what you have studied. It's what you're qualified to teach. But if you want to talk about not being a distraction, I think that has to be at the high school level.
And dude, yeah. And even then, I think it's very distracting. I think and there's lots of questions, lots of whys. When we continue on Extra 106.3, could Stephen A. Smith be the left's Donald Trump? And Angela Morabito joins us on Extra 106.3. This is the Morning Extra.
Don't lie to me. I hope she's here.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
In my choice of topics for commentaries, I try to keep my loyal listeners just what they need to do to avoid being racist. And in going through some files last evening, I discovered a key element, what you can do to not be racist. And that would be stop speaking English. Because, of course, English is racist. There was a professor at Penn State, now teaching somewhere else, thankfully. I mean, for his sake, thankfully. He taught English at Penn State. And his immediate superior, Liliana Nadan, and you ought to see her picture, adopted the view that white supremacy exists in the English language itself, and that therefore the English language was racist. And this meant that professors and instructors at Penn State had to attend anti-racist workshops, including one that was entitled, White Teachers Are the Problem. When this one English language teacher complained, he was told that there is a problem with the white race and he should attend anti-racist workshops until he gets it. And he might have mental health issues. One of these anti-racist workshops even included the book White Fragility, Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Race. Why it's so hard for white people to talk about race? Well, maybe I have a clue, a hint. Maybe it's hard for white people to talk about race because then you get called a racist. And for this, your children will stack up mountains of student debt. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox on Film.
I'm Michelle Polino. Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie, is a G-rated feature film that sees Layla Lockhart Craner reprising her role as Gabby, who heads out on a road trip with her grandma Gigi to the urban wonderland of Cat Francisco. But when Gabby's Dollhouse, her most prized possession, ends up in the hands of an eccentric cat lady named Vera, Gabby sets off on an adventure through the real world to get the Gabby cats back together and save the dollhouse before it's too late. In one battle after another, when their evil enemy resurfaces after 16 years, a group of ex-revolutionaries reunite to rescue one of their own's daughter. Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro, and Sean Penn star. And for horror fans, The Strangers Chapter 2 hits theaters. A newlywed couple's car breaks down, and they seek shelter in a remote Airbnb, where they are terrorized by three masked strangers from nightfall until dawn. That's Fox on Film on Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
He'll be arraigned next month. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, but former FBI Director James Comey insists
I'm innocent. So let's have a trial and keep the faith.
Posting that on Instagram after Comey was indicted on charges of making a false statement to Congress and obstruction of a proceeding. Fox's Todd Pyro reports.
The case against him stems from his testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee back in September of 2020 about the FBI's investigation into 2016 Russian interference in the election.
I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak?
I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
President Trump posted on True Social this morning that Comey's corrupt and told a very serious and far-reaching lie for which a very big price must be paid. Democrats call the indictment political and an attack on the rule of law. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will soon address the UN General Assembly, where more countries this week recognized a Palestinian state as Israel keeps waging war in Gaza.
The New York Post is reporting right now that to get to New York for this morning's address, Netanyahu's plane, the Wing of Zion, flew an unusually long route to avoid the airspaces of France and Spain because those are international criminal court countries that could arrest Netanyahu if his plane had to make an emergency landing there.
Fox's Peter Ducey. We just got an inflation update showing a slight increase. What's called the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index rose 0.3% last month from July, and the annual rate ticked up to 2.7%. Some products could soon cost more. President Trump plans new tariffs on more imports next month.
50% on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities, 30% tariff on upholstered furniture, 25% tariff on imported heavy trucks, 100% tariff on some imported pharmaceuticals.
Fox Business Network's Cheryl Casoni. America's listening to Fox News.
Allie Dwyer and her three sons lost their hero, Stephen. Serving our country in the United States Army was Stephen's calling, and flying helicopters was his passion. Stephen was killed in a Black Hawk helicopter crash over the Mediterranean Sea. Thanks to friends like you, Tunnel to Towers provided his family with a mortgage-free home, giving them security and hope in their darkest hours. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download your apps.
Yes, it is.
I just want to thank
Yes.
each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your body.
Somebody's created a song out of it? I love it. It's real to me, damn it. That's right. We've been talking about wrestling this morning. The whole show got off on a discussion of wrestling, and then Los brought in this this, what do you, Comic Con, the wrestling con?
Well, what it is it's basically, what is this? What do you think, Canada? Like 20 years old? 15, 20 years old?
What are we talking about?
When it comes to that
clip.
particular clip.
I mean, just the quality of the video, it looks like it had to be early 2000s.
Yeah, so it's like 20 years old. And what it is it's a forum where you have fans of wrestling that are getting a chance to talk to a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
And one of the people that approaches, basically thanks them for the entertainment. And then as he breaks down, he thanks them for like what they put their bodies through as athletes. And then he just goes, "It's still real to me, damn it."
And somebody's even created a freaking show out of it.
Awesome.
So apparently, I just did this is all I did. Wrestling forum, it's still real to me, damn it. And the guy that said it, the fan, his name is Dave Willis.
There we go, Dave.
Attending a Q&A with wrestling legends, and it made him emotional, and he made this emotional declaration. And he's known as the crying wrestling fan. He's got a name and everything. Who would have thought? And he's wearing. It looks. I can't tell what kind of T-shirt he's wearing, but I'm sure it's one of the wrestlers that he loved. Because it would be, for me, man, I'd have me American Dream shirt. I loved Dusty Rhodes back in the day because he talked kind of like I did, and he said funny things and called people funny names.
Can I give you an update on Snakegate?
Yeah, so well, explain what that is.
So in the very early part of this show, I received a text message from my neighbor. And my neighbor and I, now been neighbors for 4 or 5 months. We've broken bread. He invited me to the fire pit a couple weeks ago.
Let's go. You've broken through.
I brought some Screwball peanut butter whiskey. We enjoyed some of that. Good dude. His son's a really talented football player.
Okay, nice.
1,100 yards last year.
Probably gonna play some college ball then.
I'm looking forward to it. Like you said, he's at that point. He's a junior. He's doing the visits and everything else. So it's fascinating to watch him play, hear about what they're going through as a family. Cool family, really cool. In fact, his wife was in the same pledge class when it came to a sorority as my wife was at Georgia.
Okay.
So they know each other from they were 18.
How about that?
Total.
Just so random.
Strange and random. Yeah.
Neighbors.
So he reaches out to me and he sends me a video. He's like, just give you a heads up. This is headed your way. And it looks to be a sizable copperhead that goes right past his Ring doorbell. And his Ring doorbell's 4 feet up in the air.
That's the thing
on the
that
backyard.
People must realize this thing slithers across the Ring camera. I mean, it's not like it's just moving on the porch and it has been spotted.
No.
This thing slithers across the camera.
I don't know what it was crawling on, but it is elevated to where it went through his camera.
It was very comfortable.
So him and I have been texting back and forth, and we've both agreed that we need to burn down his house. And I might sell mine and move. But I also
that's a better decision than burning it down.
I also then told the wife, I was like, hey, just keep an eye out when you let the dog out. Just look out on the back deck just to make sure. And she's already texted me back.
Why?
I let her out front. In fact, I never said the word snake.
She just knew. Just what it sounds like to me. She just knew.
I said, okay, keep an eye out on the deck when you let the dog out. And she says, uh-oh. I said, I got a video from John. He had a devil on his back porch. But his is on the ground, obviously his porch. Mm-hmm. And all she said is, I let her out front.
Yeah. No, thank you. No part of that. Because that was the thing. Los was afraid to bring it up to his wife because she was going to obviously make her...
She'll burn the house down.
Yeah, exactly.
Like she'll light it on fire. She'll be like, we got to get out of here.
Irrational decisions. But my point was, she's going to let the dog out, man. You got to protect your dog. You can't let the dog in the backyard with a freaking copperhead back there. So
if there is a snake of size, keep an eye out.
Don't tell her what it is. Just tell her that it's,
I hope it's gone back to the creek.
Yes, that's right. Which makes sense.
And my neighbor has a very small dog. So that's even, more dangerous.
Yeah,
I mean, his dog's probably like 15 pounds, 20 pounds.
Yeah, but I tell you what,
and 10 years old.
A copperhead bite, it ain't gonna matter how big you are. I mean, that thing's gonna do some damage.
Yeah,
for sure. So we're on copperhead alert with the Medina family.
This is very concerning right now.
It is, absolutely. And
some might call it Copperhead Road.
Yeah, Steve Earle. Who doesn't love that?
One of my favorite songs of all time. Dude. I was trying to bring it up and find a natural way to bring it in.
Dude, that's one of the greatest. You know, that's the state song of Tennessee. They've made that their state song. I think it was last year.
Well, maybe when we get back in the next couple of segments.
Come back with some Copperhead Road. Let's go.
Copperhead Road.
Yeah, see if no, it's such a but that's such a
so
great
creepy
song. Oh my gosh.
It is a great song.
Gosh, that's good. And Guitar Town, man, there's so many Steve Earle hits that are so good. Stephen A. Smith is a guy that is, because Los, you brought it up yesterday, he's trying to build a network similar to what Clay Travis has done with Outkick. He's obviously talking politics now as much as he talks sports. And what he's doing, I think, by calling balls and strikes is giving himself a whole lot of credibility.
I think I appreciate this because he's making $40 million a year. If he just decided, I'm going to talk about sports and that's all I'm going to do, he's making $40 million a year. The guy has decided,
pretty good living. At
$40 million a year, I'm also going to jump into the one area that can cost me the $40 million. So good for Stephen A. Smith. Like, I love that fact that he has decided I'm going to have these discussions, and sometimes I'm not going to come across the way that everyone thinks I should.
And this clip we're going to play for you is one of those where he actually says the right thing. It's not that I don't think he's a dishonest man. I just think he probably sees it differently than I.
I just think he fires.
Yeah.
I will say this. And this is from him having worked in the building, not this building,
but the old
our
office
previous building. He came
Johnson
in there
Ferry.
a handful of times.
Yep.
And everyone, to the last person who's ever worked around him, said he's incredibly gracious. He is, because you never know when somebody comes in to do their radio show in your building. Like, you're going to find out who they are. Like Doug Gottlieb, jerk.
Oh,
all right,
wow.
like everyone knows, Doug Gottlieb, jerk.
Wow.
Stephen A. Smith, class act.
Got it.
And so when it comes to how he treats everyone and when he talks about as much as you might not care for the yelling or anything else, he is well thought out and calculated when he goes about his business.
That's cool. I said I've never met him and never had the chance. But it's interesting. I want you to keep this in mind that Bill Maher, I watched a video yesterday of him, Bill Maher, talking, and Bill Maher is begging Stephen A. Smith to run as a Democrat. But as you listen to this clip, listen to the calling of balls and strikes, which is good, but listen also to the way he describes himself.
Here's the problem. Did we say that when Tucker Carlson was pulled off the air by Fox News? Did we say that? Did we say that? Or would we say that if Gutfeld was pulled off the air by Fox News? Government overreach, the Biden administration and what they were doing when it came to Facebook and X, were we as outspoken then as we were over the last few days? Because you see, on this show, we're talking consistency. This is why I call myself an independent. This is why I call myself a centrist. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to look at you based on the facts and say, you're right or you're wrong, and that's it. But when you're able to point to the other side doing the same damn thing, preceding you, by the way, and what you're doing, then it becomes a bit more alarming because the word hypocrisy comes into play. And you're able to look at it and say, yo, the other side did the same thing. So why are we engaging in partisanship here?
So a couple things. So he's obviously talking about the Kimmel, the explosion when people are talking about the attack on freedom of speech. He asks in the beginning, did we say that when Tucker Carlson was pulled off the air? Would we say that when Gutfeld was pulled off the air? The answer is no, of course, because there's clear evidence, and you can go back and watch them in their own words celebrate Tucker Carlson being fired. I mean, absolutely celebrate, including Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert. The list goes on and on and on. So there's that part of it. But then, as I told you, Bill Maher asking him to run as a Democrat, and he self-described as an independent.
This is where he's going to find his way over into our realm.
I think you're right.
In a lot of ways that a lot of Democrats have. We have a lot of Democrats that listen to this show. And many of them, from having met you, from having talked to you, many of you have gone against voting Democrat. And what's the reason? Because you're the same centrist that he is. You're like, I don't have a home with these people over here. You know, you don't have a place where you're not the person who's searching out Charlie Kirk, dead porn.
Ugh.
And like that's for their side. That's for that way out extreme. you don't have an interest in it. Stephen A. He's that same guy. You can't be a centrist and be a Democrat as of now. It doesn't work.
Doesn't exist. Exactly.
Whereas our tent continues to grow. I wouldn't be surprised, and this will probably be near the end of his career. You're going to have Bill Maher at some point tell you he's voting Republican.
I think you're right, dude. I think that's 100% correct.
Because he's going to say, what I believe in, Bill of Rights, free speech, the only place that is currently being practiced is with this party and not on the other end.
And I think that's why Stephen A. Smith made it a point to call himself an independent. He knows. He's thinking the same thing that you're saying about Bill Maher. He's thought about it too. Because you talked about how calculated he is, how well thought out he is.
He doesn't fire from the hip very often.
He already knows.
Yeah.
He already knows. He's not saying it because he don't want to alienate parts of his audience.
Sure.
But he's smart enough to know what I bring to the table is dead over there.
Clay Travis had this discussion because he ended up doing the debate, but it was basically an interview with Stephen A. Smith about 2 weeks ago.
I missed that. I didn't
so
even
they
see
were
it.
both on stage, and it wasn't them going back and forth so much as they were addressing different issues within the media, different issues within the country, and each kind of giving their thoughts on it. Clay Travis firmly believes Stephen A. Smith is coming our direction. He's like, this is where it is.
It seems very clear. You don't call out what you just called out. They're not doing that on CNN. They're not doing that on MSNBC or any of the networks. They're not calling out any of the, and we don't build our show around, hey, look, they're being hypocritical. They're being hypocritical.
Because it's always going to be hypocritical.
It's always going to be that. But for someone on that side, if he still is indeed a Democrat, he said he's an independent, to do that, you've just burned your credibility with a lot of people that listen to you because you're out of line. You're not taking the narrative and running with it the way that they would like for you to.
25 years is a long time. It's a generation. All right? 25 years is a long time. Bill Maher, 25 years ago, got kicked off of ABC, politically incorrect, because he talked about the difference in when the American fighting forces launch rockets at our opponents, drop missiles on our opponents, versus what you saw during 9/11 of the terrorists willing to fly planes into buildings. He's like, what's braver than that?
And dude, you got to have stones to do it. It makes it's evil. It doesn't change the fact that it's evil.
Right. But that's what he pointed out, and that's where America was like, nope. Okay, a guy who made that comment has now seen his party move so far to the left of him.
And actually aligns with the people on the aircraft a lot of times.
That he is looking at things and going, how did y'all get all the way over there?
Because he points out often, I've not moved.
No.
I've
like,
not changed
I've been the same guy.
That's exactly right. And I don't agree. It's probably 50-50 with Bill Maher. Maybe even less than that. Maybe it's 70-30.
No, I'd agree with him when it comes to free speech.
Yep.
I agree with him when it comes to Bill of Rights. I agree with him with the fundamentals of the Constitution. I don't agree with changing it in the way that he wants to.
Sure.
But we both agree that it's an important founding document.
That's right. There's aspects of the things that he says that he brings up, that he has the courage to bring up, that I have respect for, man. Same way with Stephen A. Smith. I don't agree with him all the time, or even most of the time. But the fact they have the courage to bring it up in the face of what they're against in their own party, knowing that their party is going to disown them, immediately disown them for stepping out of line. That's the one thing that we talk about on the show all the time, is how you cannot step out of line with the Democrats. You better check every box. And if you have questions about any boxes, you're out.
One of the things that I've enjoyed is seeing the young people who have posted videos about moving away from considering themselves leftist or Democrat. And one of the things that is consistently echoes throughout all those videos, they're like, I don't live with all the rules now. What I'm supposed to say, what I can't say. It's like, what opinion? Did I use the pronouns? Yeah. Did I use the It's like there's so many hoops to jump through.
It's like setting up the rules is impossible. There's no way to win. There's so many rules.
I mean, I gave myself a 4-year deflector shield during the Biden years. I told you all I identified as a black female lesbian. And anyone who tried to criticize me, I said, that is my truth.
That's right. How dare you?
And so what happened? I use the rules against them.
That's right. Yeah, pretzel them up.
It's like, dang it.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Yeah, all right. And then they would try to say, that white boy on the radio.
That white privilege. It's like, well, you're going to have trouble with that one, too.
Problem.
But think about all the rules.
Look, I'm
poor Tug.
Dude,
poor Aryan Tug, the name that came into play yesterday.
Dude, I'm white. I have blue eyes. I'm a Christian and I'm a veteran. Woo! Dude, I am lower than a snake's belly on Los's property.
Yeah, I was going to say you got a whole lot of things going against you.
Yeah.
But that is one of the issues that I've enjoyed is seeing the amount of people who have talked about I shed all of the rules and now I'm just giving my opinion on matters. And what I tell you is welcome to the big tent.
Yeah.
Welcome to the big tent because we can have a difference of opinion. And you know what? We're going to have a beer afterwards. And hopefully we'll both vote the same way.
That's right.
But we can have a difference of opinion. This is one of the issues that the left consistently has with, MAGA, whatever. It's a cult. Hold on a second. You have one person who steps outside of your cult. It's John Fetterman. And y'all hate him for it.
You despise him because he says, hey, Israel's a pretty good partner. They're a pretty good ally. Maybe the people that are blowing them up are the problem.
I mean, you had a woman in Kamala Harris who said, Josh Shapiro makes a lot of sense, but he's just way too Jewish.
What's that? Oh, but Pete Buttigieg. He's just way too gay.
He's just way too gay, so let me find a weirdo.
And that's in her book. It's not me making it up. It's in her dadgum book.
She's the one who pointed it out. Again, rules.
Yeah.
Consistently having to jump through hoops in order to make sure that you check boxes for their rules. Stephen A. Smith is going to get to the point, along with a lot of them, he's like, I'm not playing with your rules.
Yeah, these rules are unwinnable. Angela Morabito joins us next on Extra 106.3, getting national attention for speaking out to help students and making sure that they have a safe school experience next at Extra 106.3.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. At RBM of Atlanta, we embody this definition. Convenience is our middle name. With school in full swing and after-school activities taking over all your available time, now more than ever, convenience is a must-have. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for those services. Once the services have been complete, we'll bring your Mercedes-Benz back to you. With over 110 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2025 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor at RBM of Atlanta for details.
Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. Can I have your attention, please? I have an important announcement. Our president has a backbone. Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for the American people. We sleep better knowing our country is protected. And speaking of protection, criminals laugh when you purchase a fake safe from a big box store. There's no better time to visit Atlanta Safe House and see what a real safe looks like. But wait, there's more. Now through the end of the month, save hundreds of dollars on all Browning, Fort Knox safes and vault doors. Drop by one of our locations or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, Remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Software architect in Atlanta, Georgia. Coordinate and implement projects related to applications core architecture, oversee design process for software enhancements, perform design and code reviews, set code quality standards for the teams, daily coordination with both local and offshore software teams, create related technical documentation, assign and supervise work of developers on team, research new technology and lead proof of concepts, POCs. Hybrid in-office required at least 1 day per week in Atlanta, Georgia. Requires a master's degree or foreign equivalent degree in computer science, software engineering, or a closely related field, and 36 months of software development experience in C#.net/.NET Core, SQL, Angular, Bootstrap, AngularJS, AWS, and Azure DevOps, and HR software technology or bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent degree in computer science, software engineering, or a closely related field, and 72 months of software development experience in C#.net/.NET Core, SQL, Angular, Bootstrap, AngularJS, AWS, and Azure DevOps, and HR software technology. Apply to Energage LLC at www.energage.com/careers/.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Kimmer here. You know, there's a lot of companies out there talking about windows and siding. Well, let me narrow the list for you. Peach State Windows. I first worked with Jeff, the owner, and his wife 25 years ago. Family business, top-grade, energy-efficient windows, custom fit perfectly, deals on siding. Oh, my, like I had Hardy Plank to be just right for your home. Peach State Windows, but so much more. Roof issues? No problem. How about entry doors? Yep, their pros make those just right, too. Financing? No money down. 770-485-8011 or peachstatewindows.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Friday, September 26th. Former state representative Misha Maynor says she's running for state school superintendent because parents want transparency, saying, "I'm definitely a strong advocate for school choice. I prefer to call it parent choice. At the end of the day, it's parents making a decision." Maynor left the Democrat Party to join the Republican Party as a representative over the same issue. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport has lost over $37 million in FAA grants due to DEI programs. The money was going to be used for restroom improvements, taxiway pavement replacement, among other projects. Budget-friendly Spirit Airlines is going to furlough 1,800 flight attendants, including 300 here in Atlanta, as it struggles to reorganize under bankruptcy protection. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger made his first Metro Atlanta campaign stop in his quest to become the next governor of the state of Georgia. He downplayed questions about whether his path to victory is limited because of Donald Trump's early endorsement of Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, saying his path is the same as it was in 2022, and that worked out pretty well. Speed, workforce alignment, taxes, and energy infrastructure now define the best states for doing business, and for the 12th year, Georgia has been named #1 state in America for business by Area Development Magazine. Today's weather, 55% chance of rain, and you can expect a high of 80. Things just got good. Things just I don't know if you've been following along. I know you've been following along some as we welcome Angela Morabito to the Morning Extra. We have a serious topic to talk about, but Los has a copperhead in his yard.
I don't have a copperhead in my yard, but my neighbor this morning.
He doesn't know if it's in his yard or not.
You have to burn your house down.
Look, watch this video. Los is about to show Angela Morabito the video.
This is my neighbor's Ring doorbell.
Okay.
At 4:45 in the morning. And it slithered past.
Oh,
and then,
no.
Angela, what you must know about this is this is that Ring camera's 4 feet off the ground.
So it's a huge snake.
It does look big, doesn't it?
Yes. And then a crafty fella, too.
To be that
you got to go 4 feet off the ground. Because I tried to explain that to everybody when we've talked about it, because we've been talking about it all morning. As soon as Lo showed me, I was like,
And you're right,
"Good
burn the
Lord."
house down or sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry you got to do that, but I don't think there's any other option.
So I told him, I was like, John, you're going to have to burn the house down.
It is fire department day.
Sorry for the rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. Call the insurance.
It's the snake's house now.
We have forfeited it. That's right. But that's the thing. I want people to understand that when the snake is moving, because Ring cameras pick up movement, the snake is not on the deck like far away moving in the Ring. This thing slithers across the Ring camera, physically across the lens where the camera is.
Hence Copperhead Road.
That's right.
When we're coming back.
Aaron Canada knocking it out of the park today with some Copperhead Road.
I will never sleep again. You gotta tweet that video.
I've been creeped out pretty well.
Dude,
In fact, I'm going to ask him, like, hey, man, can I
share this
can
video?
I share this video?
People are intrigued by this this creature. And I love snakes. I love them.
You do?
I do, yes. I'm a weirdo.
Why?
Weird, I don't know. A weirdo. But I like non-venomous snakes. I don't want to be around a copperhead or a rattlesnake, except for at Zoo Atlanta. I do like to go in that aquarium room thing they have.
Super creepy.
Oh my gosh, there's copperheads, there's rattlesnakes, there's cobras. There's
See, Angela, you
all
didn't
kinds
know
of-
this.
Yeah.
I'm the normal one.
That's right.
As many times as you've done the show, we've done the show together, I'm the normal one. I say this all the time. 95% of Tug, totally down with, totally get it. I don't get his snake fascination.
I just love them. I had a pet snake when I was in high school.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So like you feel like you were friends with a snake. Like,
well, I mean, I don't know. You could never be friends with them. They don't have. Yeah, they don't
have feelings?
Yeah, I don't think so.
But you had one in your house by
Yes.
choice.
Yeah. It was-
Okay.
and
So the comfort level's different.
My daddy was not happy about it. Mama kind of was. Mama loves animals, so Mama was a little bit okay with it. Daddy was not okay with it. And then before it passed away, my grandparents came over to see the snake.
Yeah.
They came. They made the trip. Just like, hang on, y'all have a snake inside the home. Like, you don't mean in a cage outside. You're talking about in your son's bedroom. There is an aquarium with a snake in it. We must see this. And they and my dad was walking over and to show them in my room, snake had gotten out.
Oh no.
Yes, and it. We ultimately found it. I guess froze to death or whatever. It was dead in the bathroom closet, up in the towels, up in the top of the Yeah.
Oh, he traveled.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Got around pretty good. About 3 feet long. A little ball python. Little ball python. Not as harmless as a fly. But my daddy was so scared. Mama was fine. She was like, well, I will find it. Because she's raised raccoons and alligators and squirrels and possums. So she's done it all.
That's amazing.
Yeah. She's pretty impressive.
All right, I just posted it, and I put y'all on
Oh,
this
good.
post.
Yes, we'll have a good discussion.
So everybody can be creeped out together.
Long story short, Daddy would walk around the house looking. And when he went to take a shower, he would take the broom and open the shower curtain.
Okay, but I don't blame him.
No, of course I get it. He was mortified of this thing. He thought it was he was like, this is the most awful thing. And if I'd had any say in this, we wouldn't have done it. But that's my snake story. Now Los has shared it at Front Office Los, where you can find him to have a discussion, to see the video that we've been so fixated on this morning that Los's friend sent him, his neighbor sent him at 4:35 this morning. At Front Office Los, you can find Angela at Angela L. Morbido, me at Tug Cowerton at Extra 1063. Angela is in here because a tweet that she shared, and it was about Fairfax County Public Schools allowing a boy to enter the girls' locker room and watch the girls change clothes. That was what was happening. Freshman girl tells a teacher. Teacher says, change faster. Our hands are tied. This tweet, Los, has blown up. Governor of Virginia has tweeted it. Winsome Sears, who's running to replace Governor Youngkin, retweeted it. Riley Gaines, Libs of TikTok. You see what I mean? This thing's got like 1 million impressions.
Angela, when I saw it last night, because Tug had alerted me to it and said you were going to come in, I was like, yes. I was like, she cannot avoid us. It's like she's so big time that she's got to come and see us again.
You guys are so fun. You would have to like keep me away from here.
Awesome. We just try and make it to her like, here, look, it's Angela landing zone. Just come on in. But I saw when Riley Gaines got involved in this, and that was the moment when I started looking at the numbers. I mean, we're talking about the hundreds of thousands of people who've now seen this.
it's amazing to me. Like, I launched that out there because I work for the Defense of Freedom Institute, which filed this federal civil rights complaint. There are a lot of folks who think it's a lawsuit, and it's not, but it is asking the federal government to take action. So this is a big deal. And the goal is always to get attention on these issues, to let school districts know they can't get away with these ridiculous woke gender policies. And then you see it catch fire, and like my phone kind of starts freaking out, like all the notifications pop up.
Oh my gosh.
And I do have this moment of like, what have I done?
Go.
Yes.
Well, to see the people that were arguing, again, it's your post, and people quote tweeting it, quote posting it, and now they're starting to argue with other people. And I'm sure every single time that this is going on, it's like ding, 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 ding on your phone.
Yeah, it's so tempting to just hit refresh all the time. And then by like 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, you guys fight amongst yourselves. I'm so sleepy.
I'm just tired.
Yeah. But
I'm with child. I'm tired.
Yes, exactly. But the whole point of the complaint and of making noise on Twitter is that this is a fight worth having, because what's happening to these young girls is insanity.
And the fact that anybody would allow it, Los, I think that's when I take a step back from it all and try to let the temperature come down, and you look at it with just clear eyes, you're saying, why would you subject a young woman to this?
Well, and I think what happens is often you say trans movement, trans person, and there's like a glazing over that happens to people where they're like, I don't care, just you do what you're going to do, whatever. It's not until you put it in very simple terms of young woman wants to be dressed in the ladies' room, young man is in there, and it's her problem.
Yeah, she's at fault.
Right.
That's so simplistic that, and I talk about this in this way, when you get people in flyover states to go, that's wrong, that's when it really starts to have some real power. Because again, you say trans, and it just people glaze over.
People think it's impossible. Yes, they've heard it.
That's the thing.
And the fringe has captured the progressive movement so completely that we all know what the sane answer is. This is an 80-20 issue, probably like a 90-10 issue.
95-5 issue.
But people realize, like, oh, I don't want to fight this fight. But the Defense of Freedom Institute is fighting this fight because it's that important. This is a Title IX violation. And I personally
100%.
do not know if this boy who's showing up in the girls' locker room every day is trans. There are times when he chooses to identify as a boy.
Is this the same one that we've talked about before?
No, the other one.
This is different.
This is different. We filed a very similar complaint against South Colony High School and that school district up in New York. So this is happening in lots of different places where whether the child chooses to identify as trans or not, they realize their ticket to the girls' locker room is raising their hand and saying, I'm a girl today.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Is it just that simple with some of these school districts? Where if you choose to just say, I identify as a girl today, I identify as a girl for this semester, for this year, then does that automatically, when it comes to some of these woke school districts, obligate them to then not question any of this stuff going on?
Yes, that is what self-ID policies do. And Fairfax County is far from the only county that has it, just even in its region, even up in that Northern Virginia area, the D.C. suburbs, effectively. Yes. There are 5 Northern Virginia school districts that have already been found in violation of Title IX. Fairfax County is one of them. And they're already on what's called heightened cash monitoring, which is the federal government saying, yeah, we don't like your policies because it runs afoul of federal civil rights law. So we are going to say, you're going to get reimbursed in federal dollars, but you got to ask us for permission. That is one notch below cutting off the flow of federal funding. And these districts will ultimately have to decide, do you want your federal education dollars, or do you want to keep going on gender ideology madness?
My fear is not the right word. My concern is, when does this show up here in Georgia? Or has it already and we just haven't heard about it yet? Do you know, is that something that you see on the horizon? Because right now it's, California, we've seen it. Was the volleyball player that you brought up? Or
volleyball player who was the track star who beat all the girls, and now he's taking part in volleyball, which, again, my one benefit to it was he's not very good. So I'm like, okay, but still, he's got some advantages that obviously from being a male.
Still unfair, still wrong.
Physical advantages. You see it in New York, and of course, New York, California. But what about when it hits Iowa? What about when it hits Georgia? Has it hit Georgia? Are we seeing this? Are you hearing whispers about it? Because I think that's what people listening right now would like to know. Or like, are they up against this?
Yeah, so this stuff is pretty much everywhere. And I learned this when we had a complaint. We filed a complaint against districts in Kansas. And I went, if this is in Kansas,
oh my gosh, yeah,
then it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So I would encourage every parent to be aware of your district policies, that if you have a self-ID policy, your child is at risk.
I've talked about this before. So we've had 2 different times where we've had young boys that have played on my daughter's volleyball teams. One of them, he was 8. And the reason why they didn't want him playing with the boys is because the earliest age group was 14. And so Khalil was like, okay, fine, come play with the girls. Now that he has developed, obviously now being like 13, 14, okay, that's fine.
That's changed, yeah.
We had a very similar scenario in which it was a high school feeder team, and the coach was very clear. You can play feeder, but once we get to high school, you're done. And his parents were cool with that. In fact, when he hit a growth spurt, they're like, you're going to set from here on out. You're not going to swing at the girls. So, again, there's conditions where I say, okay, that makes sense. But so much of this turns into pure madness.
Which is where it is now.
Yeah.
And we'll pick back up after the break with Angela Morabito. You can find her at Angela L. Morabito on Twitter. Front Office Los at Tug Cowart. Easy to get us at Extra 1063, and we'll continue this discussion next as we wrap up the Morning Extra on Friday. Thank God it's Friday.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, September 26th. The Atlanta Braves will close out their 2025 season this weekend at Truist Park as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Former and current Atlanta Brave Charlie Morton will make the final start of the season on Sunday. He is expected to retire after the conclusion of the season. Chris Sale will follow behind Morton on the mound as they conclude the year. From the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks now 3-1 after a last-second 52-yard field goal beats the Arizona Cardinals 23-20 last night on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they will look to get back to 500 this weekend as they host the Washington Commanders on Sunday. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I've learned a lot about this car buying process from you. Is that typical of most of the clients you've worked with?
Yeah, I'm finding out it's even more typical. I mean, people are learning more and more, and maybe it's because I overload them with information because I want to be able to sleep at night. I want to make sure you know everything.
Do I have to have a particular make and model in mind when I call you, or is it just open to anything I want?
It's open. I can get any make, any year, any model.
I might be looking to trade in my vehicle. Can you accommodate that as the honest car guy?
For sure. I mean, we love it when people want to trade in cars because, honestly, it's best for you to trade in the car. Why? Because you get a tax savings.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
An investment in your home is something that will pay off in the future, but it's something that you can enjoy right now. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. A beautiful new garage door, entry doors, and windows are an investment you can love every day, and they will increase your home's value, energy efficiency, and curb appeal. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and high-quality work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Need a break from all the political talk? Tune into Holy Crap It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's your daily dose of what's hot in the sports world, from the field to the locker room, with Pete's unfiltered opinion and a side of laughs. It's smart, it's funny, it's sports with edge. Holy Crap It's Sports. Catch it at 5:15 only on The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. We're so delighted to be joined by Angela Morabito.
Can I do my Angela greeting?
Well, yeah.
For YouTube, just so everybody sees it. So whenever I see Angela, I do this.
And then I do it too.
And that's my excitement.
And that is because she is with child, and she made that announcement.
That's right.
On
It's awesome.
Tuesday. It's so awesome. So happy for her and her husband. And
If I may, just quick thing.
Sure.
When they tell you it's 9 months, you know they're lying to you, right?
40 weeks.
It's 10. It's
40
10.
weeks. Yeah.
And both times, and now again, we've got two beautiful daughters, and they're love of my life. My wife, by the second one, she's like, factory closed. I'm done. Like, she didn't like being pregnant.
Yeah. I don't think.
There's some women that are fine with it.
Well, I don't know any of them.
No, I didn't know any in my house. My wife did not enjoy it. But again, everyone has a different experience.
No,
so I hopefully this adventure is going to be so much better for you and that your feet don't hurt.
Yeah, or swale or anything.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both so much for just sharing in this joy and this excitement.
Oh, it's just so awesome. There's nothing greater. There's nothing there.
It's so cool.
When
So
Lo
cool.
said his daughters are the love of his life, that's it. It's the truth. There's nothing you care or love more than your children.
I will tell you this, Angela. So before my oldest daughter was born, it's 24 hours. I'm working on a shelving system in my garage at the time. And I'm going, well, what if I don't love her? Well, what if I don't bond with her? Well, what if I don't? And so I'm going through all of this. The minute I saw her, she could have asked for a pony right then, and I would have been like, I'm selling the car.
Yeah, we're getting this baby a pony.
What you find out is your ability to love explodes in a way that you never understood.
That's the truth.
That's your expansion of your ability to love changes completely. And again, I was like, for the most part, because my brothers are significantly younger, I grew up pretty much as an only child. And so I was strictly all about, like, and my wife's like, man, sometimes he's just all about himself. He just wants to play his video games and do his thing. And suddenly I was, no, it ain't about me. It's about them.
Yeah. It
changes.
And your husband is going to be just the same way.
Oh, I've had friends of mine tell us it's this different kind of love, just like what you described. It's like your heart grows, and when a baby's born, a mom and dad are born too. And it just sounds like the most incredible experience.
It totally is. It totally is.
I can't remember if I told you this on Tuesday when you were in.
Doug disappointed his father.
I did?
Oh, no. He went to the All-Star game, so he wouldn't disappoint his father's memory.
Exactly right. Yeah,
okay.
That's right. I'm sure I did disappoint him a few times.
You didn't tell her that you had to make sure you honored your father this summer?
No,
otherwise, you would have. He would have thought his dad went to the 72?
Yep.
72 All-Star game. He's like, I got to close the circle here. I got to go to the All-Star game when it's here in Atlanta.
I lost my dad about 6 years ago, and I think about him every day. There's songs I'll hear that make me cry.
And he would have been a disappointment had he not gone to the All-Star game.
Right, absolutely.
You gotta go. Now it's a tradition.
Yeah, that's right. Now we got to.
So you're going to have to establish some of these rules in your own house.
Yeah, you will. Absolutely right. But to Los's point, like it makes me understand that there's a love bigger than anything that we've experienced. And I'm as a faithful guy. Like, I know how much I love my son, and it is endless. I can't even describe. I can't put a size on it. And to think that, our Father in heaven is that much more.
You know what else is going to happen, Angela? And I know you're a feisty one. And you when the knives are out from Angela, like the knives are out.
Oh, yes.
Just watch her on Twitter or on X.
You'll be amazed. You'll fight harder.
Yeah.
Really?
Because the world changes once you bring a life into it where suddenly it's not just about... As you talk about, fighting these causes, suddenly it's, I'm doing this for this child I'm bringing into the world. And you fight differently.
I don't want to hand off a horrible world to my child. And then you'll put yourself in other parents' shoes, too. Like, as much as you love your child, you know that your neighbor loves their children the exact same way.
That's amazing. And the day we had our last ultrasound and we could see he has fingers and toes and a little nose. I kept repeating that just all afternoon to my husband. I'm like, he has arms, he has legs. There's a little guy in there.
There's a little guy in there.
And that was the day you talk about how you fight harder and you look at the world differently. That was the day that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed.
Oh my!
So the emotional whiplash.
Yeah,
of
the
that
roller coaster there.
From there's a new life inside me. This is the coolest thing a human person could possibly ever experience. And I'm so happy to, oh no, the world is very different now. And this horrible thing just happened. I stared at a wall for like an embarrassing amount of time.
Sure.
Because I didn't know how to handle any
Just
of
trying to process
Yeah,
it all.
you start thinking about this is what I'm bringing my child into, which is a world that, let's face it, because of the political circumstances, we are in this area of turmoil. Because one side, and it's the left, because they're so out of power, their only response right now is violence. They're not beating you at the ballot box. And so that's what we're constantly dealing with on a regular basis. And it makes you, I think about it with my daughters all the time. I'm like, how do I explain this to them that we're right back in like the late 60s where political assassinations were regular?
But like, how do you? Because you're
how do you
teenagers,
explain that?
right? Like,
yeah.
Do you mind me asking?
14
like, how
and
do you do
11.
it?
Yeah, in fact, my daughter, my 14-year-old, my oldest, she came home and brought up the Charlie Kirk assassination with me.
Okay.
Because it was such a big deal to young people. In fact, I've got a friend of mine, he works within the school districts. He's talked about the amount of calls he's fielded over the last several weeks from young people that are still trying to process this. And so I understand you going from elation to staring at a wall going, what am I bringing this little one into?
What whiplash? I can understand the reaction you had too. And Los is so right. People are still trying to deal and process through this. People still do not fully understand the depths of what's happening around that assassination and why it took place. And like Los is saying, his daughters talk to him about it. My son calls me and just says, this doesn't happen in America, Dad. And I'm like, unfortunately, where we are in America right now, it does. And he was like, no, it's China, Russia, it doesn't happen here. And he really wrestled with it. So Los is right. Kids, especially kids, are trying to sort this out. And this is an issue that adults can't even sort out. So you can imagine the pressure that they feel trying to work through it. Like, why? The why, and there's no answer to the why except anger and power and money and media telling you things that oftentimes aren't even true, and it creates this atmosphere of people saying, I have to do something against the Nazi. I can't let the Nazi just stand. That fascist, he can't just be alive. I got to do something.
Mm-hmm. I have so much respect for every parent who has spoken up about what's going on in their schools, because they all have the same fear, which is this going to come back on my child? Is this going to come back on my ability to provide for my child? That fear, I think, is unfortunately completely valid. I can't fault anybody for a minute for that. But anybody who speaks up and pursues help when there's a boy in the girls' locker room and their daughter comes home saying the teacher can't help me, the mom calls the school and the school won't help her, I think, oh my gosh, like I would be in jail. But like
Yeah,
there are people who do the right thing, and I'm so grateful for that.
I mean, my wife won't let me get too excited at a high school volleyball match. So I can understand when a parent wonders, if I say something, do I now create my child as the black sheep in school?
Right.
Does all the administration, everybody suddenly treat that
little
person
star
differently?
by her name.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And
concern.
there are kids who understand what their education is and is not, right? Like we just got new Nations report card scores. About a third of high school seniors last year were below basic readers. They can't read. Like maybe you can read a restaurant menu. Maybe you can read a text message. But that's it.
You can't read a book.
Never. Your ability maxes out at a really low level after 13 years of your young life being spent in these schools.
Do we blame this all on the teachers' unions in many of these places of just moving kids along?
A lot of it, not all of it. I think there are people who aren't union affiliated who have also just been very complacent with the educational norm, which has been shuffle everybody along, just like you said. But we talk about the mental health crisis in kids. Well, how do young brains gain self-confidence? They gain it by learning new skills, whether that's I can crawl or I can walk on my own, or if you have a little kid, you're going to hear like, I do it. Like they want to try everything, and that's because that's how their brains build confidence. Schools should be giving them that. They've been robbing them of that. So now you have an education crisis and a mental health crisis that go together.
Oh my gosh. And two things that politically are impossible to solve because you have people that don't want it solved.
Right.
In both instances.
And what do you do with an 18-year-old? This is a question I think about all the time. What do you do with an 18-year-old who is a legal adult, supposed to be capable of making their way in the world in some shape, form, or fashion? They can't read. And there is so much shame that goes along with that.
Yeah.
And I'm out here, I feel like I'm screaming into the void sometimes, going like, it's not your fault, it was your school. You got robbed. But learning it late is so much better than learning it never.
Yeah, it is. Angela, thank you so much for coming in and
thank you for
talking to us
having
about
me.
this.
I'm going to have to write that down.
Yeah.
Learning it late better than learning it never.
Dude, the wisdom of Angela.
Oh,
that right there.
thank you.
There's a lot of things I'm trying to teach myself. That's going to be my mantra.
That's exactly right. And it's so true. So true.
Feel free to steal my Thursdays to strip.
Yeah, if you'd like.
Oh, I absolutely will. That was incredible.
Look, it's stronger than what you said.
Well, no, not yet. I mean,
it gets the point across, and I like that.
No one's going to put mine on a tablet. Yours could possibly go on a tablet.
I kid. You're exactly right. Angela, thank you so much for Front Office Loafs and Aaron Canada. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hello.